Oh, now it wants to work. Even though I literally changed nothing. But alright. Here we go with the audiobook for my horror story that I designed about 14 years ago, called The Isle of Witness. Let's get into it.
Introduction and Acknowledgements.
What? Bad start
For
already.
those who refuse
Acknowledgements?
to look away, writing a novel like The Isle of Witness requires stepping into the black water and wait.
Sorry. Acknowledgements? Acknowledgements. Are we serious? I know this is a free software. Acknowledgements? That's acknowledgements. Oh my god.
Writing a novel like The Isle of Witness requires stepping into the black water and waiting to see what reaches back from the deep. It is a descent into the claustrophobic terrors of human ambition, cosmic dread, and the terrifying systems of control we build for ourselves. But no author survives the isolation of the island alone. To the readers, the early reviewers, and the dedicated supporters who championed this project from a mere blueprint into a living, breathing nightmare, thank you. You were the true archivists of this journey. You observed the drafts, offered your insights, and pushed me to dig deeper into the basalt and ash of Ashkelon by sea. Your support is the fiber optic network that keeps this story pulsing. To my family and friends, thank you for your patience during the long, dark hours spent charting this island. Thank you for grounding me when the cosmic horror lingered a little too long after the laptop closed. And finally, to you, the reader, thank you for boarding Flight 291. You are about to step onto a shoreline where the ancient past and terrifying future collide, where immortality is a prison, and where the darkest parts of humanity are hunted by something far older. Keep your eyes open. Do not blink. Immortality wasn't the goal. It was control. Witness, destroy. Prologue. The year after. The first thing the world did was deny
Prologue.
it. Not everyone, not even most people, but enough politicians, enough corporations, enough experts, enough ordinary people who stared at the footage and decided there had to be another explanation. The videos were too grotesque, the documents too detailed, the implications too large. For 72 hours after the leak, every major government on Earth attempted some variation of the same strategy: discredit, deny. The strategy lasted exactly 72 hours. Then the bodies were identified. Then the names matched. Then the bank records surfaced. Then the satellite images appeared. Then came the recordings. The recordings ended everything. Millions watched the final transmission. A tired man standing atop a burning tower overlooking a dying island. Smoke rising behind him. The ocean glowing red from fires below. His face streaked with soot and blood. His voice exhausted but unwavering. Not pleading, not panicking, not begging for rescue. Simply documenting, witnessing. The final message spread faster than any piece of information in human history. Translated into hundreds of languages. Mirrored across millions of servers. Downloaded before governments could react. Copied before corporations could suppress it. Shared before anyone could stop it. And with it came the phrase that would define the next year. 3 simple words. Witness, remember, destroy. No one knew who turned the phrase into a slogan. No one knew who printed the first signs. No one knew who painted it on walls. Yet within months it existed everywhere. Spray painted on abandoned factories in Detroit. Carved into concrete barriers in Berlin. Displayed on holographic billboards in Tokyo. Projected across government buildings during protests in London. Witness, destroy. Not a call to violence. A call to accountability. At least at first. Then came the investigations. The pharmaceutical companies were first. Their executives appeared before congressional committees, insisting they had never known where certain shipments had gone. They had merely fulfilled contracts. Research materials, specialized compounds, biological cultures, medical equipment, nothing unusual, nothing illegal, nothing suspicious. Then investigators revealed the signatures, the invoices, the emails, the payments. Entire corporate boards collapsed within weeks. Stock markets trembled. Several CEOs disappeared. One allegedly drowned while sailing alone. Another vanished from a private jet somewhere above the Atlantic. A third locked himself inside a panic room and was later discovered dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The public did not mourn them. Then attention shifted toward the technology sector.
Oh, are you kidding me?
That was when real panic began.
Oh my
Because
god,
money
they
leaves
told me it was
trails.
free. Fuck deaf people, huh? That's what I've been learning from trying to find a screen reader. There was one. It was $80 a month to use. Nothing screamed fuck deaf people more than seeing that $80 screen reader. Wow, I just had to pause for that. My bad. Let me see. Oh, I don't have any money for fucking, and I don't really want to pay for a goddamn subscription to this garbage. But that AI voice is going to be so fucking annoying. Oh.
The ocean covers over 70% of our...
A single drop of water holds billions
Oh
of
my God.
molecules. Each one.
Here's a curious bit of astronomy. A day on Venus is actually longer than a year on Venus. Remarkable, isn't it? We like to imagine our memory.
Shut up. Fucking A, man. All right, let me sort this out. I should have done a bit more research. It told me it was free, and then halfway through the prologue, it's like, nope, pay. And then gives me a shitty voice. I already looked at that one. That one was horrible. I don't want something robotic. Yeah, and then they're all freemium. So it's free for a little bit and then pay. I just want something to fucking read my document in a not audio voice. That way I can go do shit around my fucking house while live. I got shit to do today. Come on. That link just fucking wasn't working at all. And what's with all the sponsored results? Sponsored. Sponsored. There's like no fucking real results. Ugh. Yeah, talk to sales. No fucking thanks. I'm about to say fuck it and just make my own goddamn screen reader for free for all the deaf people out there. A lot of them like to lie and say they're free, but then halfway through they'll be like, nope, here's the robot voice until you pay. Hope this works. I gotta go do some laundry. I gotta fucking vacuum. So you guys need the screen reader so I can go do shit. This one was working great, and then we got down to about like here, and it said, nope, you gotta pay. So, whatever. We're looking at this one. Let's see if it works. Lets me use it for free. Also, my bad for any chatters. I'm clearly doing shit. I don't have a second monitor, so I do apologize for that. Hello, and thank you all for tuning in. Oh, I see I'm glad I looked at that. The vertical one's kind of off-centered, so let me adjust that a little bit. That way you guys can see the full document. See how that looks. Stop.
Because money leaves trails. Data leaves trails. And eventually those trails led.
Yeah, that screen reader is ass. And again, the reason I'm trying to find a screen reader is because I have shit to do around my home. I can't just sit here and read this whole thing for you guys right now. As soon as this one's done, okay, here we go. Let's test it out and see if it's actually free.
The Isle of Witness.
All
BAAL.
right, good enough. I'll
The
be
Isle
back.
of Witness. Introduction and acknowledgements. For those who refuse to look away. Writing a novel like The Isle of Witness requires stepping into the black water and waiting to see what reaches back from the deep. It is a descent into the claustrophobic terrors of human ambition, cosmic dread, and the terrifying systems of control we build for ourselves. But no author survives the isolation of the island alone. To the readers, the early reviewers, and the dedicated supporters who champion this project from a mere blueprint into a living, breathing nightmare. Thank you. You were the true archivists of this journey. You observed the drafts, offered your insights, and pushed me to dig deeper into the basalt and ash of Ashkelon by Sea. Your support is the fiber optic network that keeps this story pulsing. To my family and friends, thank you for your patience during the long, dark hours spent charting this island. Thank you for grounding me when the cosmic horror lingered a little too long after the laptop closed. And finally, to you, the reader. Thank you for boarding Flight 291. You are about to step onto a shoreline where the ancient past and terrifying future collide, where immortality is a prison, and where the darkest parts of humanity are hunted by something far older. Keep your eyes open, do not blink. Immortality wasn't the goal, it was control. BAAL PH. Prologue. The year after. The first thing the world did was deny it. Not everyone, not even most people, but enough politicians, enough corporations, enough experts, enough ordinary people who stared at the footage and decided there had to be another explanation. The videos were too grotesque, the documents too detailed, the implications too large. For 72 hours after the leak, every major government on Earth attempted some variation of the same strategy. Discredit, delay, deny. The strategy lasted exactly 72 hours. Then the bodies were identified. Then the names matched. Then the bank records surfaced. Then the satellite images appeared. Then came the recordings. The recordings ended everything. Millions watched the final transmission. A tired man standing atop a burning tower overlooking a dying island, smoke rising behind him, the ocean glowing red from fires below, his face streaked with soot and blood, his voice exhausted but unwavering, not pleading, not panicking, not begging for rescue, simply documenting, witnessing. The final message spread faster than any piece of information in human history, translated into hundreds of languages, mirrored across millions of servers, downloaded before governments could react, copied before corporations could suppress it, shared before anyone could stop it, and with it came the phrase that would define the next year. 3 simple words: witness, remember, destroy. No one knew who turned the phrase into a slogan. No one knew who printed the first signs. No one knew who painted it on walls. Yet within months it existed everywhere. Spray-painted on abandoned factories in Detroit, carved into concrete barriers in Berlin, displayed on holographic billboards in Tokyo, projected across government buildings during protests in London. Witness, remember, destroy, not a call to violence, a call to accountability, at least at first. Then came the investigations. The pharmaceutical companies were first. Their executives appeared before congressional committees insisting they had never known where certain shipments had gone. They had merely fulfilled contracts. Research materials, specialized compounds, biological cultures, medical equipment, nothing unusual, nothing illegal, nothing suspicious. Then investigators revealed the signatures, the invoices, the emails, the payments. Entire corporate boards collapsed within weeks. Stock markets trembled. Several CEOs disappeared. One allegedly drowned while sailing alone. Another vanished from a private jet somewhere above the Atlantic. A third locked himself inside a panic room and was later discovered dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The public did not mourn them. Then attention shifted toward the technology sector. That was when real panic began, because money leaves trails, data leaves trails, and eventually those trails led to names the world recognized. Tech visionaries, investors, founders, billionaires, people who had spent decades presenting themselves as humanity's future. Several publicly denied involvement. Others hired teams of lawyers. A few simply vanished. Private islands emptied overnight. Luxury compounds were abandoned. Entire security teams found themselves unemployed by morning. Journalists nicknamed it the silent exodus. The wealthy called it precaution. Everyone else called it guilt. Meanwhile, governments scrambled. International tribunals formed. Emergency legislation was drafted. Research projects were halted. Facilities were raided. Servers seized. Funding frozen. Within 8 months, 43 countries had passed some version of the same law. Human immortality experimentation was prohibited. Distributed consciousness research became heavily regulated. Biological network integration programs were suspended indefinitely. For the first time in modern history, humanity had collectively looked into a possible future and decided it did not like what it saw. Yet the leak had done more than expose crimes. It had exposed possibilities. That was what truly terrified people. Not the island, not the undead, not even the hunters. The possibility. The idea that death itself might not be permanent. The idea that consciousness could be copied, stored, transferred, expanded, corrupted, owned. People could agree that what happened on the island was evil. They could not agree on why, and that disagreement split the world. Some religious leaders declared the leak proof of the soul. Human consciousness clearly existed beyond traditional biological limits. Life transcended flesh. Death was not the end. Others argued precisely the opposite. The island demonstrated that consciousness was merely information. Complex, beautiful, sacred perhaps, but ultimately information. No soul required, no divinity involved. Ancient beliefs collided with emerging technologies. New sects appeared almost overnight. Entire congregations fractured. Families argued. Friends stopped speaking. Communities split down ideological fault lines. The world had not merely learned a secret, it had learned something about itself. And many people did not like the answer. Washington, D.C. 8 months after the leak. Rachel Mercer sat alone in a committee office long after sunset. The building had emptied hours earlier. Most staffers had gone home, most politicians had gone home, the cameras had gone home, the reporters had gone home. Only the paperwork remained. Mountains of paperwork, thousands of pages, testimony, financial records, subpoenas, internal communications. She stared at one particular photograph, a grainy surveillance image, a loading dock, several shipping containers, nothing remarkable. Except she knew where those containers had gone. The island. Everything eventually led back to the island. Every company, every contractor, every shipment, every missing person, every unexplained payment, every dead witness, every vanished executive. The deeper investigators dug, the larger the network became. Rachel rubbed her eyes. For months she had believed the hearings mattered, believed justice was coming, believed exposure would lead to accountability. Now she wasn't sure. The evidence was overwhelming, the crimes undeniable, yet somehow prosecutions lagged, cases disappeared, witnesses recanted, documents vanished, people delayed, obstructed, stalled. The machine was protecting itself, not because everyone involved was corrupt, because the system was too large, too interconnected, too dependent upon itself. She opened a folder containing the final transcript from the island transmission, the last words spoken before the signal ended. She had read them hundreds of times. Still they unsettled her, not because of what they said, because of what they implied. The man who exposed everything had known he would die, and he had done it anyway. Rachel leaned back in her chair. Outside the Capitol windows, city lights stretched into darkness. For the first time, she understood something deeply uncomfortable. The leak had not saved the world. The leak had merely given the world a choice. Whether humanity deserved saving remained an open question. Mumbai. 11 months after the leak. Priya Desmukh watched the video for the 217th time. She knew the number because she counted. Counting made it easier. The video lasted 12 seconds. 12 terrible seconds. A hunter's helmet camera, shaking footage, gunfire, screaming, chaos. Then a young man running through jungle foliage, terrified, bleeding, looking directly toward the camera, just before the recording ended. Every investigator agreed the young man was dead. Every official report said so. Every analysis concluded the same thing: hunted, killed, discarded, another victim, another statistic, another casualty. But to Priya he was not a statistic. He was her son, Arjun, 23 years old, missing for nearly 3 years, officially presumed dead, unofficially forgotten, at least by everyone except her. The world saw a victim. She saw the little boy who used to bring injured birds home. The teenager who dreamed of becoming a pilot. The young man who had accepted a lucrative overseas contract and vanished without explanation. The leak had finally provided answers. Terrible answers, but answers. For months she had been consumed by grief. Now something else existed beside the grief. Relief, not happiness, never happiness. Closure. The uncertainty was gone, the wondering was over. The endless questions had finally stopped. Her son had not abandoned her. He had not disappeared willingly. Someone had taken him, someone had hunted him, someone had profited from his death. She touched the screen gently. 12 seconds. The final 12 seconds of her son's life. For the first time in years, she whispered goodbye. And for the first time in years, she meant it. Toledo, Ohio. 1 year after the leak. Emma Walsh was 16 years old when she first saw the manifesto. She read it in a single sitting. Then she read it again, then a third time. Outside, rain hammered against her bedroom window. Inside, the glow of her laptop illuminated pages of testimony, reports, transcripts, and archived footage. Most people her age had already moved on. The world always moved on. New scandals emerged. New tragedies appeared. New distractions arrived. But Emma couldn't move on. Because someone had died to make sure people knew. And she refused to let that sacrifice become background noise. She highlighted a passage, copied another, made notes in the margins, built folders, created archives, cross-referenced sources. The manifesto wasn't really about the island. That was what most people missed. The island was merely an example. The real warning was larger. Systems hide things. Institutions hide things. Power hides things, always. The responsibility of ordinary people was not simply to learn the truth. It was to preserve it. Witness. Remember, destroy, not people, not ideas. Secrecy, corruption, the structures that allowed atrocities to thrive in darkness. Emma closed her laptop near midnight. Rain continued falling outside. The world remained imperfect, dangerous, broken, yet she felt something she had not felt in months. Purpose. Somewhere across the ocean, a man had died to expose a hidden horror. A year later, his voice still echoed across the world, still inspired, still challenged, still demanded action. The leak had changed governments, changed corporations, changed science, changed religion, changed law. But most importantly, it had changed ordinary people. And history had always belonged to ordinary people. The powerful merely borrowed it. 1 year after the leak, a research vessel crossed the Pacific toward newly declassified coordinates. Its crew carried cameras, sensors, questions, and more than a little fear. The island was gone, or so everyone believed. The official reports described catastrophic collapse, complete destruction. Nothing remained, nothing could remain. Yet as the vessel approached the coordinates, strange readings began appearing on instruments. Electrical fluctuations, unexplained signals, patterns buried beneath static. The crew exchanged nervous glances. Far below the waves, hidden beneath darkness and ruined stone, something shifted. Perhaps machinery, perhaps geology, perhaps memory. No one knew. The world had learned many terrible truths during the previous year, but one question remained unanswered. Had humanity discovered the island's final secret, or merely survived long enough to become its next witness? Act 1, The Fall. Chapter 1, The Invitation. Dr. Elias Vance hated conferences. Most scientists pretended otherwise. They spoke fondly of networking opportunities, collaborative environments, and the exchange of ideas, but Elias had attended enough conferences throughout his career to understand what most of them truly were. Expensive social gatherings disguised as intellectual advancement. Researchers spent years clawing for grants, years fighting for publication, years trying to convince funding agencies that their work mattered, only to eventually gather in enormous convention centers where everyone politely pretended to listen while secretly hoping to be the smartest person in the room. Yet conferences remained necessary. Science was built on communication. Ideas rarely evolved in isolation. So despite his personal dislike for them, Elias continued attending whenever the opportunity justified the inconvenience. The email arrived on a Tuesday morning. At first glance, it looked ordinary, professional, minimalistic, no excessive branding, no flashy graphics, no obvious attempts to impress. The sender was listed only as Emergent Systems Consortium, no university affiliation, no government insignia, no recognizable corporate logo. That alone caught his attention. Elias leaned back in his office chair and opened the message. His eyes moved slowly across the screen. Invitation for Dr. Elias Vance. Confidential attendance requested. Conference topic, Emergent Systems in Biological Networks. Location, to be disclosed upon acceptance. Transportation provided. Attendance compensation provided. Security clearance required. Further details restricted. He frowned. The compensation alone exceeded what many universities paid keynote speakers. That was unusual. The secrecy was even more unusual. He reread the email 3 times, then a 4th. His office remained quiet except for the distant hum of laboratory refrigeration systems operating somewhere beyond the walls. Outside, his window students crossed campus sidewalks beneath bright autumn sunlight. The world looked entirely normal. The invitation did not. His specialization involved one of the most controversial areas of modern biology: consciousness, not philosophy, not spirituality, biology, the physical mechanisms responsible for awareness itself. The question fascinated him. How could billions of neurons produce something as intangible as experience? Why did consciousness emerge at all? What distinguished awareness from computation? For 15 years, he had dedicated his life to those questions. And for 15 years, every answer had generated 10 more mysteries. The email referenced several of his published papers directly, not just the popular ones, not just the highly cited studies, the obscure ones, the controversial ones, the papers most people ignored. That detail bothered him. Whoever had sent the invitation had actually read his work, carefully, thoroughly. He closed the email, opened it again, then finally laughed. Well, that's either exciting or incredibly stupid, possibly both. A knock interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." The door opened. His graduate assistant entered carrying a stack of folders. "Professor Vance, the neural substrate cultures are ready for analysis." "Already? You've been staring at your computer for almost an hour." Elias blinked. Had it really been that long? Apparently it had. The assistant noticed the email on the screen. "What is that?" "No idea. Looks classified." "It practically screams classified." "Government?" "I don't think so." "Corporate?" "Maybe." "Going." Elias smiled. Still deciding whether accepting an invitation to a secret conference is the first act of a brilliant career move or a terrible horror story. The assistant laughed. "Depends. Are there billionaires involved?" "Probably." "Then horror story." Elias chuckled and stood. He thought nothing of the comment. Years later, he would remember it perfectly. Every word, every joke, every opportunity he had to simply delete the email and move on with his life. The rest of the day passed normally. Laboratory work, data review, meetings, emails, phone calls, deadlines, nothing remarkable, nothing memorable. By the time he arrived home, the sun had already begun sinking toward the horizon. Golden light spilled across the neighborhood. Children played basketball in nearby driveways. Dogs barked behind fences. Sprinklers hissed across freshly cut lawns. Ordinary sounds, ordinary lives. The kind of things people rarely appreciate until they lose them. The smell of dinner greeted him before he even entered the house. Garlic, tomatoes, fresh bread. Maya was cooking. That meant she was home earlier than usual. He smiled as he stepped inside. "Hello? In here." Her voice carried from the kitchen. Elias followed it. Maya stood beside the stove, stirring a large pot while simultaneously reading through excavation photographs spread across the counter. He had always admired her ability to multitask. She claimed archaeology demanded it. Years spent managing excavations in hostile environments had apparently trained her to process multiple disasters simultaneously. Dark hair hung loosely around her shoulders. Reading glasses rested near the edge of her nose. She looked up and smiled. The simple sight instantly improved his mood. "You're late. Science happened. Science always happens." "Exactly." She kissed him briefly before returning her attention to the stove. "What are those?" He pointed toward the photographs. "New findings from northern Israel." His eyebrows rose. "Canaanite? Possibly." "Possibly," she grinned. "Translation, definitely, but I need another 6 months of analysis before I can prove it." "Academia in one sentence." She laughed. Their conversation drifted naturally from work to family matters. Groceries, bills, school schedules, weekend plans, comfortable routines built over years of marriage. Eventually, another set of footsteps thundered down the hallway. Small, fast, chaotic, Sophie arrived like a hurricane. Daddy. Elias barely had time to brace himself before his 7-year-old daughter launched into his arms. He caught her easily. She wrapped herself around him with absolute confidence, the kind only children possess, the certainty that their parents are strong enough to hold them forever. "Hey, monster." "I'm not a monster." "Debatable," she gasped dramatically. "Dad." Maya shook her head. "Don't encourage her." "Too late." "Dad, what?" "I drew something." "Oh," Sophie nodded seriously. Unlike most children her age, she approached artwork with near religious dedication. Entire walls of the house displayed her creations: dinosaurs, castles, dragons, spacecraft. Unidentifiable blobs she insisted were scientifically accurate horses. She ran from the room and returned carrying a folded sheet of paper. "Look." Elias unfolded it. At first he smiled. Then his smile faded slightly. The drawing depicted an island, a large island surrounded by dark blue water. Stick figures occupied the beach. Strange shapes filled the jungle. Several creatures possessed elongated limbs and enormous black eyes. One figure stood near the center, labeled carefully in uneven handwriting. "Daddy." Elias studied the image. "What's this?" "My dream." "You dreamed about me?" She nodded. "You were on an island." "What kind of island?" "I don't know." "What are these?" He pointed toward the creatures. Sophie hesitated. Her expression changed, only slightly, but enough. "Monsters." The kitchen seemed strangely quieter. Maya glanced over from the stove. "Monsters?" Sophie nodded. "They lived there." Elias smiled. "And what was I doing?" "Running." His smile weakened. "Running from monsters?" "Yes." Children had strange dreams, strange imaginations. Normally, he would have dismissed it immediately. Yet something about her tone unsettled him, not frightened, not playful, matter of fact, as if describing something she had actually witnessed. Maya rescued the moment. "Too many scary movies." "I don't watch scary movies." "You absolutely do." "Dad lets me." Elias raised both hands. "Traitor," Sophie giggled. The tension vanished, or seemed to. Dinner followed, normal conversation, normal laughter, normal family life. Yet later that evening, after Sophie had gone to bed and silence settled over the house once more, Maya found him staring at the drawing again. "You've been looking at that for 10 minutes. It's weird." "She's 7. I know." 7-year-olds draw weird things. He nodded. She wasn't wrong. Still, something lingered. The image, the island, the monsters, the word running. Maya noticed his expression. "What is it?" Elias hesitated, then opened the email. Her eyes narrowed as she read. When she finished, she looked up. "Absolutely not," he laughed. "That bad? Location undisclosed?" "Yes." "Confidential attendance?" "Yes." "Security clearance?" "Yes." "Transportation provided?" "Yes." She folded her arms. "It sounds like the beginning of a conspiracy documentary, or a legitimate private conference. Those aren't mutually exclusive." He couldn't argue with that. Maya sat beside him. For a moment, neither spoke. The house creaked softly around them. Wind brushed against the windows. Somewhere upstairs, Sophie slept peacefully. Eventually, Maya asked the question he had been avoiding. "Do you want to go?" He considered it honestly. The answer surprised him. "Yes." "Why?" "Because whoever sent this understands my work. Lots of people understand your work. Not like this." He pointed toward specific references inside the invitation, the obscure papers, the overlooked theories, the questions most researchers ignored. Maya studied them. Slowly her expression changed. She understood. That was one reason he loved her. She understood curiosity, the irresistible pull of unanswered questions, the need to know, even when knowing carried risks. Especially then, she sighed. "I hate that look." "What look?" "The one that means you've already decided." He smiled. I haven't. Liar, maybe. Maya leaned against him. Neither spoke for a long time. Outside, darkness settled fully across the neighborhood. Inside the house, everything remained warm. Safe, predictable. Elias wished later that he had appreciated the moment more, not because he believed disaster was coming. No one ever does, but because ordinary evenings are fragile things. People assume they will continue forever. Then one day they don't. Near midnight, he finally accepted the invitation. A confirmation page appeared. Thank you for your participation. Further travel information will be provided shortly. He closed the laptop. The decision felt strangely final, as though something had shifted, invisible but irreversible. Upstairs, she checked on Sophie before going to bed. She lay sleeping beneath blankets covered in cartoon stars. One hand still rested atop a box of crayons. The island drawing sat nearby on her desk. Moonlight illuminated the paper. The monsters seemed darker somehow. Watching, waiting, Elias almost laughed at himself. He was a scientist, a rational man, an educated man, not someone frightened by a child's drawing. He turned off the light, closed the door, and walked away. Behind him, the drawing remained where Sophie had left it. An island, a father, and monsters waiting beneath the trees. Chapter 2, Flight 291. The Pacific Ocean was not merely a destination, it was a barrier. A blue void that swallowed secrets, ships, and history with equal indifference. Most commercial flight paths curved well north of this corridor, avoiding the erratic magnetic anomalies that plagued the region. But this flight, a sleek, unmarked Gulf Stream, demanded the shortcut. Elias sat in 4B, staring out at the darkness. There was no moon. The cabin was unnervingly quiet, even for a private charter. There were 12 others on board, each a titan in their respective field. Elias had spent the boarding process cataloging them. A quantum linguist from Zurich, a materials engineer who had pioneered the synthetic bone structures now common in trauma wards, a geopolitical strategist, and near the window in 4A, Dr. Yuki Tanaka. Yuki was the anomaly. She was a pioneer in neuroengineering, known for research so radical it had been dismissed by the mainstream scientific community as pure conjecture. She hadn't spoken since takeoff. Her eyes remained fixed on a tablet, scrolling through data streams that Elias couldn't decipher. Her posture was rigid, not with nervousness, but with calculation. Elias looked around the cabin. No one talked. No one relaxed. The air felt charged, metallic, and heavy. Everyone here carried the same unseen weight, a volatile mix of professional curiosity, crushing ambition, and the unspoken acknowledgement that the Emergent Systems Consortium had handpicked them for something dangerous. They hadn't just been invited, they had been extracted. Roughly 2 hours to the transition zone, a flight attendant said, appearing from the cockpit with a pitcher of water. She didn't offer service, she simply made the announcement as if reciting a mantra. Her face was neutral, devoid of any genuine hospitality. Elias tried to catch the eye of the man in 5C, a climatologist he'd read about in a journal, but the man pointedly turned his head toward the window. The isolation of the experts was deliberate. They were silos of knowledge, kept apart even while sharing the same fuselage. Elias closed his eyes, replaying the invitation in his mind. Emergent systems in biological networks. The topic felt quaint now, sitting at 35,000 feet over the most desolate patch of water on Earth. He had wondered, fleetingly, if the others knew the same things he did, about the obscure research, the buried papers, the whispers of consciousness transfer. The pilot's voice crackled over the intercom at 200 hours. It was sharp, brittle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the transition zone. Please fasten your seatbelts. We anticipate some interference. The interference didn't come as a bump. It came as a cessation of reality. The navigation computer didn't just die. It locked onto a bearing that didn't exist on any standard aeronautical chart, pulling the nose of the plane down with a physical, violent weight, as if the earth itself had grabbed us. The engines didn't whine, they simply died, as if the concept of combustion had been deleted from the universe. The hum of the cabin air conditioning, the soft amber glow of the reading lights, the digital display showing their altitude, it all vanished simultaneously. The silence lasted only a heartbeat, but it felt like hours. It was a vacuum of sound that pressed against Elias's eardrums. Then the plane lurched. It wasn't a drop, it was a violent upward shove followed by a plummet. Gravity seemed to lose its grip. The cabin plunged into absolute, crushing darkness. There was no auxiliary lighting, no emergency markers, nothing. EMP, someone shouted from the back, a sharp, ragged sound, before being swallowed by the sudden, chaotic movement of the cabin. The plane tilted, the nose dipping into a sickening, vertical descent. Elias gripped his armrests, his knuckles whitening, his feet bracing against the floor. He looked at Yuki. She wasn't looking at her tablet anymore. She was looking at him. In the starlight filtering through the window, her expression wasn't one of panic, but of sudden, chilling realization. She knew exactly what this was. The aircraft screamed as it tore through the atmosphere, structural stress, groaning beneath the metal skin. 30 seconds. That was all they had. 30 seconds of falling through the abyss. 30 seconds where the experts, the visionaries, and the elites were reduced to nothing more than cargo in a plummeting coffin. 30 seconds of silence, broken only by the wind howling against the fuselage. Elias watched the darkness outside. For a fraction of a second, he thought he saw something below, a faint, rhythmic pulsing in the black ocean, like a heartbeat of light. Then the world ended. Chapter 3, The Black Water. The impact wasn't a sound, it was an erasure. One moment, the world was a high-altitude scream of rending metal and pressurized air. The next, it was the crushing, absolute silence of the Pacific abyss. The water didn't feel like a liquid. It felt like a solid wall of ice-cold lead. It slammed into Elias with the force of a falling building, knocking the wind from his lungs and replacing it with the sharp, stinging taste of jet fuel and salt. He tumbled through the dark, weightless and spinning, his mind struggling to register that he was no longer in the air, but drowning. Instinct, raw and animalistic, fought the freezing numbness. He kicked, thrashing blindly in the void until his hand brushed against something jagged, sharp metal. The remains of the fuselage. He hauled himself toward it, his lungs burning, his chest tight with the pressure of the depth. When his head finally broke the surface, he gasped, a ragged, choking sound that was instantly snatched away by the gale. The ocean was a churning, violent landscape of black peaks and troughs. The Gulf Stream was gone, replaced by a graveyard of floating wreckage. Oil slicks shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen, illuminated by the sporadic, dying flashes of short-circuiting electronics still trapped beneath the waves. The smell was suffocating, a cocktail of aerosolized kerosene, burnt plastic, and the metallic tang of blood. Elias saw them then, 3 figures, pale and ghostly against the dark water, bobbing like driftwood. Yuki, the linguist, the materials engineer, he didn't think. He didn't weigh the odds. He simply lunged, his muscles screaming in protest. He swam through the freezing swells, his fingers numbing so quickly they felt like wooden blocks. He grabbed a handful of a sodden suit jacket, the linguist. He hauled the man toward a jagged, twisted piece of the starboard wing that was currently acting as an unsteady raft. He scrambled onto the wing himself, the metal cold and slick. It was a precarious refuge, pitching and rolling in the massive swells. He reached back into the foam, snagging the wrist of the materials engineer, then grabbing Yuki by the life vest. With a strength born of pure, distilled adrenaline, he dragged them onto the wreckage. They huddled there, a tangled knot of shivering, coughing, and weeping humanity, their tremors vibrating against the metal like the drumming of dead nerves. Then the current changed. It wasn't the natural ebb or flow of the Pacific. It was a focused, predatory suction. The water beneath them began to rotate, a localized vortex that formed with impossible speed, spinning the wing like a leaf in a drain. The metal tilted at a sickening angle. Elias threw his arms over the others, his fingers digging into the slick surface, his own body anchoring them. "Hold on," he screamed, but the wind tore the words from his throat. The ocean beneath them roared, not the sound of water against water, but a deep, tectonic grinding, as if something massive were shifting in the bedrock far below. A colossal, oily swell surged over the wing, sweeping across the debris. The current didn't just pull, it tore. It was a deliberate, violent extraction. Elias felt Yuki's fingers brush his palm for a fraction of a second, a cold, fleeting contact, a silent, desperate plea for help that he couldn't answer, before the black water swallowed all three. He lunged into the foam, his hands grabbing nothing but empty, frigid spray. He screamed their names until his throat bled, his voice raw, futile against the immense, indifferent vastness of the Pacific. Then there was nothing. The cabin lights died, the last sparks extinguished, the ocean surface smoothed over, hiding the violence beneath. He was alone. The silence that followed was not empty, it was oppressive. It sat on his chest, heavier than the water. He was a speck of consciousness drifting in a graveyard of 3 million square miles. His mind, unable to process the scale of the trauma, began to fracture. The exhaustion was a physical entity, a leaden shroud trying to pull him into the depths. He lay flat against the freezing metal, his cheek pressed to the cold rivets, listening to the ocean breathe. It sounded hungry. Then the hallucinations began. Or perhaps they weren't hallucinations. The boundary between the real and the perceived was dissolving. Beneath the surface, illuminated by the faint, bioluminescent pulses he had seen from the air, a ghostly, rhythmic thrumming, dark shapes began to move. They weren't sharks. They didn't move with the frantic, predatory energy of fish. They moved with a calculated, rhythmic grace that suggested intent, a terrifying intelligence. He watched, paralyzed, as long, pale limbs, impossible in their geometry, elongated and jointless, reached up from the abyss. They didn't grab the wreckage, they targeted the drifting bodies of the passengers. One by one, the dead were drawn down into the blackness, not sinking, but being pulled with a terrifying, steady force. Elias squeezed his eyes shut, pressing his hands over his ears, but the image remained burned into his retinas. The silent, downward journey into a darkness that had been waiting for them long before they ever left the ground. He heard whispers in the wind, or was it the water? It sounded like Yuki's voice, calm and detached, discussing the physics of consciousness as if she weren't currently being pulled into the deep. He began to lose time. Hours stretched into eternity. The night was a loop of sensory deprivation and sudden, terrifying clarity. He would doze, only to be snapped awake by the sensation of something brushing against the underside of the wing. Each time, he scrambled to the center, his heart hammering against his ribs, searching the black horizon for a light, a ship, a god, anything that wasn't the deep, dark water. He thought of the manuscript in his office. He thought of Sophie's drawing, the monsters on the island, the elongated limbs. Had she known? Was this the place she had dreamed of? The logic of a 7-year-old's nightmare felt more substantial than the laws of physics right now. He tried to pray, but the words felt hollow, dissolving before they left his lips. There was no God here. There was only the hunger of the abyss. As the first, faint gray of dawn began to bleed into the horizon, Elias realized the true horror of his situation. He wasn't just waiting to be rescued. He was waiting for the ocean to decide if he was worth keeping. He stared into the depths, his eyes bloodshot and raw, and in the mirror of the black water, he saw not his own reflection, but the pale, elongated face of something looking back at him from the deep. The waiting had begun, and he knew, with a certainty that chilled him more than the water ever could, that the night was only the beginning. The ocean did not bring me mercy, it brought me driftwood. I spent the first 2 days patrolling the shoreline, a Sisyphus of the sands. Every high tide brought something new to the beach, and every time I ran to meet it, praying it was a survivor, a crate of supplies, a sign of humanity. It was never anything but trash, shredded fuselage, tangled netting, the pulverized remains of a life I had left behind in the sky. By the second night, my skin was a map of blisters and saltwater sores. I had found a single, half-crushed protein bar in a piece of waterlogged luggage and a flare gun, its firing pin hopelessly rusted with salt, but it felt like a holy relic. I kept it in my pocket, not because I believed I would ever use it, but because the weight of it was the only thing grounding me to the idea of rescue. Thirst, however, was the real predator. It was a serrated blade scraping the back of my throat, constant and unforgiving. I learned quickly that the island offered no easy water. The streams I found were brackish, tainted by the same silver dust that coated the leaves, a mineral-heavy sludge that made my stomach cramp violently. I survived on dew that I harvested from the broad, waxen leaves using a sword of plastic from the wreckage, licking the moisture off the surface like a desperate animal. It wasn't enough. It was never enough. My mind began to play tricks on me. It started as a low-level static in my peripheral vision, a shimmering distortion that made the jungle look like it was breathing. At night, the paranoia set in. The island was never quiet. It hummed, a deep, subsonic vibration that seemed to originate from the bedrock itself. When the wind died down, the hum grew louder, a resonant frequency that rattled my teeth and made my skin crawl. It sounded like machinery. It sounded like speech. "Don't look at the shadows," I told myself, clutching the useless flare gun to my chest as I huddled beneath a makeshift lean-to of palm fronds. "It's just exhaustion. It's just dehydration." In the dark, the thirst was a physical weight, but the silence was the real killer. To stop the hum of the island from vibrating in my teeth, I summoned Maya. I didn't think of her as a memory. I practiced a mental exercise I'd taught myself years ago, full sensory recall. I closed my eyes and pulled her into the lean-to with me. I could smell the coffee she used to brew on Sunday mornings, dark roast, a hint of hazelnut. I could hear the specific, rhythmic clatter of her spoon against the ceramic mug, a sound that meant the week was starting and the house was safe. "Elias," she would say, her voice warm, layered with that dry wit she used when I had been working too long. "The world isn't going to solve itself before breakfast." I clung to that sentence like a lifeline. I whispered it into the palm fronds, using her voice to drown out the island's unnatural machinery. If I could keep the sound of her morning coffee alive in my head, then I hadn't been fully absorbed by the island yet. As long as I had Maya in the kitchen, I wasn't just a variable in a graveyard. I was a man waiting to go home. But I could hear them, the sounds of heavy, rhythmic footsteps that stopped the moment I turned my head, the snap of branches that sounded far too deliberate to be a falling limb. I spent the third night awake, my eyes straining into the darkness, convinced that something was waiting for me just outside the circle of my pathetic fire. It wasn't a shark. It wasn't a wolf. It was something that understood the geometry of the island, something that lived in the hum. By the fourth day, the physical toll became undeniable. I was losing weight, my muscles cramping with every step, my vision tunneling whenever I stood up too quickly. I stopped trying to hike and started crawling, my nails digging into the damp earth, my breath hitching in my chest. I had lost all sense of direction. The jungle was a closed loop, a suffocating maze of twisted bark and bruised leaves that seemed to reconfigure itself the moment I looked away. I was becoming part of the island's rhythm. I wasn't an invader anymore. I was a broken component, slowly being reabsorbed. I don't know how long I had been wandering when I hit the ridge. My perception of time had dissolved into a haze of sensory input, the abrasive texture of the silver dust, the oppressive heat of the canopy, the persistent, haunting hum. I had stopped calling out for help. My voice had become a cracked, dry rasp, and frankly, I didn't want to be heard. I wanted to be found by someone, but I was terrified of what the island might send to answer. Then the vegetation thinned. The ground beneath my boots transitioned from soft, spongy decay to the hard, unyielding friction of volcanic rock. I didn't look up immediately. I was too focused on the simple mechanics of movement. Left foot, right foot, breathe, don't collapse. When I finally lifted my head, the relief was so profound it felt like a blow. I had reached the high ground. I had reached the light. And there, emerging from the hillside like a scar, I saw the stones. Chapter 4, First Light. Dawn did not arrive with the warmth of hope. It bled into the sky like a jagged, septic wound. The horizon turned from obsidian to a bruised, sickly violet, and then, with terrifying speed, to an unrelenting white. As the sun breached the edge of the world, it felt less like a celestial body and more like a hostile spotlight, exposing Elias in his wretchedness. He was still on the beach, or what passed for a beach, a narrow, treacherous strip of volcanic grit and pulverized bone. The wing was gone. The wreckage had been pulled back into the depths during the night, as if the ocean had finished its meal and was now tidying the table. He stood, his joints screaming in protest, his skin stiff with dried salt and a layer of grime that seemed to have bonded with his flesh. He was the only thing left. No luggage. No other survivors. No evidence that a jet had fallen from the sky. Just him, the crushing silence, and the distant, rhythmic roar of the surf against the jagged reef. Elias walked the shoreline for an hour, his gait heavy and uneven. He called out, his voice cracking, but the sound was swallowed instantly by the vast, open space. He was a neuroscientist, a man trained to look for patterns, for causes, for logical sequences of events. But the sequence had broken. He checked his pockets empty. He looked at the sky empty. He turned toward the island. The interior was not a tropical paradise. It was a dense, suffocating tangle of vegetation that seemed to defy natural biology. The trees were twisted, their bark the color of dried bruises, their leaves broad and waxen, coated in a fine silver dust that shimmered unnaturally in the light. He began to hack his way inland, his fingernails tearing at the underbrush, his breath hitching in his chest. Every step felt like an intrusion. The island didn't just feel remote, it felt dormant. It felt like an organism that had been holding its breath for a very long time. And now, with his arrival, it was beginning to wake. By midday, the heat was a physical weight. Elias was delirious with thirst, his thoughts fraying at the edges. He found himself thinking of Maya, not the abstract idea of his wife, but the specifics. The way she would spread her excavation maps across the dining room table, the precise, clinical way she would point out the subtle shifts in pottery shards that indicated a change in dynasty. He remembered the Canaanite research project she had been obsessing over, the Levantan maritime migrations. She had spoken for hours about the Phoenician sailors, the ancient navigators who had mapped the stars and sailed further than the history books dared to admit. Impossible, he thought, stumbling over a route that looked disturbingly like a human tendon. Sailors didn't make it to the Pacific, not 3,000 years ago. He ascended a ridge of basalt, the stones sharp and unforgiving against his boots. The higher he climbed, the more the vegetation thinned, revealing the island's true geography. It was volcanic, scarred, and ancient. At the summit, he stopped. His heart didn't just hammer, it stopped. Embedded in the hillside, partially reclaimed by the relentless growth of the island's flora, were stones. Not natural formations. They were massive, dressed blocks of basalt, fitted together with a precision that bordered on the impossible. And on the surface of the primary slab, weathered by eons of exposure, were carvings. I looked closer at the basalt wall. Tucked into a crevice near the ancient carvings was something even more impossible. A rusted 19th century mariner's compass, its casing perfectly fused to the basalt. It was a fragment of a vastly different era, yet it was here, in the same layer of stone. It suggested that sailors from across human history weren't just washing up on the shore by accident. They were being drawn to this same spot. And they were all leaving their tools behind as part of a cycle that predated the consortium by millennia. Elias knelt, his hands trembling as he brushed away the centuries of grime. He didn't just recognize the style, he recognized the hand. These were not random symbols. They were syllabic representations of the Ugaritic script, a dead language, the precursor to so much of the modern world. He traced the indentations with a shaking finger, a sun disk, a trident, the stylized representation of a storm god. His breath escaped him in a ragged sob. This was the research she had been terrified of. The anomalous findings that the university had buried, the irreconcilable data that had made her a pariah in the archaeological community. She had theorized about a specific, lost tradition of seafarers, an outcast sect that had ventured beyond the pillars of Hercules, following the stars, seeking a place of eternal resonance. He leaned his forehead against the cold stone. The cosmic dread hit him then, absolute and suffocating. He was not on an uncharted island in the Pacific. He was standing on a graveyard, a repository of something that had been hidden here since the Iron Age. The island wasn't a natural formation. It was a cage, or perhaps an anchor, positioned here to hold something down or keep something in. He looked around. The jungle below seemed to pulse with a low, subaudible vibration, a hum that resonated in his teeth. 3,000 years. The timeline was absurd. It was mathematically impossible for Canaanite sailors to have traveled this far, to have moved these stones, to have constructed this shrine in the middle of a void. And yet the rock was here. The carvings were here. And the silence, the heavy, expectant silence of the island, was here. Elias stumbled back from the wall, his mind fracturing. If they had been here, if they had found this place 3,000 years ago, what had they found? What had they left behind? He looked down at his own hands, now stained with the silver dust of the island's leaves. He remembered the manifesto leaks, the whispers of biological network research, the pharmaceutical companies, the emergent systems the consortium had invited him to study. It all converged here, in the cold, unyielding basalt. The modern horror he had been flying to study was not a new creation. It was a discovery, a rediscovery. The island hadn't crashed the plane. The island had called it home. Elias turned away from the stones, his legs trembling violently. He needed water. He needed to survive. But as he looked out across the canopy, he saw, through a gap in the trees, a rhythmic, pulsing light deep in the center of the island. It was the same rhythm he had seen from the air, the same rhythm that had stopped his heart in the black water. It wasn't a lighthouse, it was a signal. And he realized, with a clarity that was more terrifying than any madness, that he wasn't alone on this island. He had never been alone. He was just the latest in a long, unbroken line of sacrifices. Act 2, The Town. Chapter 5, Ashkelon by Sea. The jungle didn't end, it simply yielded. One moment, Elias was fighting through a wall of suffocating vines and silver-dusted leaves. The next, the ground beneath his boots changed from soft, decaying loam to smooth, tightly fitted basalt cobblestones. He stepped out from the tree line and stopped, his breath freezing in his chest. Before him lay a town that defied every law of archaeology, physics, and sanity he had ever studied. It was a nightmare of anachronisms. The architecture was unmistakably ancient, a sprawling layout of massive, cyclopean stone walls, ziggurat-like structures, and archways carved with the same Ugaritic symbols he had seen on the ridge. But this ancient foundation had been violently, almost obscenely, modified. Modern glass windows had been cut directly into the porous volcanic rock. A web of fiber-optic cables snaked through the cracks in the masonry like veins, pulsing with a faint blue light that hummed audibly in the humid air. Solar panels, slick and black, were bolted onto roofs that had likely been constructed 3 millennia ago. The air here was different, thick with the metallic tang of ozone, the salty rot of the sea, and a faint, sweet smell of formaldehyde that clung to the back of his throat. He stumbled forward, his legs trembling, his scientific mind screaming for a rational explanation that wouldn't come. This was Ashkelon by Sea. It was a place that shouldn't exist, a ghost of the Bronze Age kept on life support by the tech of the present. As he walked into the center of the town, the true horror revealed itself. There were living humans here, walking the streets with a chilling, detached normality. They wore simple, muted clothing, moving with purpose, shopping, talking in low tones, checking their tablets. They were the background noise to a theater of the dead. And the dead were everywhere. Elias passed a small, open front shop, a bakery. The baker was standing at a wooden table, his movements mechanical, repetitive, devoid of life. He had been dead for 23 years if the local records Elias would later find were accurate. His skin was the color of old parchment, pulled tight over a skull that had started to collapse in on itself, yet his hands, skeletal, stripped of all muscle, folded dough with a fluidity that was sickening to watch. He repeated the same 3 motions: punch, fold, dust with flour. Punch, fold, dust with flour. He wasn't baking bread. He was an automaton of memory, playing out a script that had ended decades ago. Elias watched, paralyzed, as the baker's fingers snagged on a patch of dried bone, but the baker simply didn't notice, continuing the rhythm, the dough caked with gray, desiccated dust. Elias backed away, his hand over his mouth. He felt like he was breathing in death itself. He collided with something standing near a fountain. He spun around, apologizing, then froze. It was a fisherman, or it had been. The man's jaw hung loose, disconnected from the hinge on one side, dangling by a fraying strip of blackened tendon. He sat on a stone stool, a fishing net pooled at his feet. With the slow, deliberate care of a craftsman, he was mending a tear in the mesh. The needle moved in and out, ignoring the fact that his fingers were merely gray, exposed bone. He didn't look up. He didn't smell the rot that hung in the air around him. He simply repaired the net, over and over, into eternity. Elias backed away, his hand over his mouth. He collided with something standing near a fountain. He spun around, apologizing, then froze. "Hey," Elias croaked, his voice raw. Can you hear me?" The fisherman didn't blink. He just pulled the thread tight, the twine biting into the brittle bone of his finger. The town seemed to thrum with a subaudible frequency, a low-pitched vibration that made Elias's teeth ache. He wandered further, drawn by a morbid gravity. He passed a courtyard where children played with hoops, but the teacher, watching them, a woman in tatters, was locked in a recursive loop. She was trying to explain something, her jaw clicking. And so the history of the cycle is written not in ink, but in the... Her eyes, hollow pits of shadow, showed no sign of recognition as she began the sentence a 3rd time. Elias watched the children. They didn't seem to notice. They laughed, they ran, they existed in a vacuum where the impossible was mundane. It was the lack of fear that terrified him most. He found himself standing outside what looked like a clinic, a building of obsidian, wired into the local grid with thick, pulsing conduits. Through the open door, he saw a patient, a woman whose chest cavity was visible, her internal organs replaced by a complex array of copper wiring and glowing bioluminescent fluid. A living technician was standing over her, casually calibrating the flow, wiping sweat from his forehead. It wasn't medical care. It was maintenance. Elias couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the arm of a living man passing by, a young man, maybe 30, wearing a modern windbreaker. The man stopped, looking at Elias with a bored, almost irritated expression. "What is this place?" Elias gasped, pointing at the baker. "Don't you see him? He's dead. He's been dead for decades. And the mother, the fisherman." The young man sighed, gently pulling his arm away. He looked at the baker, then back at Elias, his eyes devoid of shock. "He's in a cycle, friend. Best to leave him to it. He gets upset if you disturb the loaves." He's a corpse." "He's a fixture," the man corrected, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. "We all have our places. You're new, you'll learn to look past it. It's just the way things work here. Everything stays, nothing leaves. The network needs continuity, and they provide it. The network, Elias's pulse spiked. The consortium. The man shrugged, a gesture so dismissive it was almost aggressive. They provided the architecture. The island provides the persistence. It's a closed system, Elias. You should know that. You were invited to witness it. The man walked away, disappearing into the maze of basalt and fiber optic wire. Elias stood alone in the square. He was surrounded by the living, but they felt like strangers to reality. He was surrounded by the dead, but they felt like the only ones who knew the truth of this place. The horror wasn't that the undead were walking. The horror was that they were allowed to stay. They were the town's history, its infrastructure, its ghosts, accepted as mundane, everyday facts of life. He realized then that he wasn't just a survivor on an island anymore. He had walked into a closed system, a loop where the barrier between existence and non-existence had been stripped away. He collapsed onto a stone bench, watching the skeletal mother rock her non-existent child, and for the first time, he didn't want to run. The dread was still there, but beneath it, a strange, creeping lethargy, the island's own entropy, began to settle into his bones. He was too tired. He was part of the machine now, and the machine demanded that he, too, eventually stop leaving. He closed his eyes, listening to the hum of the cables, wondering if he would eventually be given a task, a loop, a cycle of his own to repeat until the stars burned out. Chapter 6, The Factions. The lethargy was a seductive poison, but the neuroscientist in me refused to succumb. I needed order. I needed to map the madness of Ashkelon by sea before it mapped me. I began my descent into the lower district, where the basalt cobblestones lost their geometric precision, dissolving into a jagged, uneven slope that felt like walking down the throat of a leviathan. Here, the air was a thick, stagnant soup of briny rot and the cloying, chemical sweetness of the island's preservative aerosols. Every breath felt heavy, coating my lungs in a fine, invisible grit. The fixtures in this district were older, more degraded. I watched a row of them, skeletal figures that might have been laborers once, shuffling in a rhythmic, stuttering loop. They were hauling crates filled with nothing but basalt dust, their movements punctuated by the dry, rhythmic clicking of bone against bone. One fixture stopped, its neck tilting at an impossible angle as a vertebrae slipped, yet it continued the motion of lifting, its phalanges scraping uselessly against the stone. There was no pain in its hollow sockets, only a terrifying, vacant persistence. My scientific objectivity, the shield I had carried for 2 decades, was fracturing. I wasn't looking at biological specimens. I was looking at a spiritual claustrophobia made manifest in marrow. A hand, cold as the basalt itself, touched my shoulder. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs, and found a woman standing in the shifting mist. Her eyes were deep-set and shadowed by a weariness that transcended exhaustion. This was Amara. She didn't look at me with the clinical detachment of the technicians. She looked at me with a profound, quiet grief that made me feel suddenly, violently exposed. "You're looking for the soul in the machinery, Elias," she said, her voice a low, melodic rasp. "But there is no soul left here. Only the echo, trapped in a recursive loop by a network that refuses to let the signal die. It is a cruelty you cannot yet fathom." She led me to a communal kitchen set into the belly of an ancient basalt ruin. The air here smelled of damp stone and a harsh, stinging chemical, the solvent. About a dozen people sat around a long, roughly hewn stone table. They weren't eating anything recognizable. They were consuming a gray, nutrient-dense paste from utilitarian bowls, their movements slow and heavy. Amara gestured for me to sit. A man with hollow, red-rimmed eyes slid a bowl toward me. I took a spoonful. "It tasted like ash and synthetic minerals eat," Amara said softly. "Strength is a luxury in our work." The conversation around the table was not the idle chatter of a dinner party, but a grim, clinical debate. "We lost 3 more in the North Sector today," a woman said, her voice devoid of inflection. She was staring at her bowl, her fingers tracing the rim. "The network resistance was high. The solvent, It didn't take the first time, we had to apply it manually. Did you finish the de-indexing? A younger man asked. He was sitting across from me, his hands shaking so violently he had to grip his bowl with both. Yes, the woman replied, but Kale couldn't watch, he stayed outside. A heated ripple went through the group. He's weak, a man with a heavy beard spat out. If he can't handle the release, he shouldn't be here. It's not weakness, Kale, the younger man retorted, his voice rising. It's sanity. You saw her, right? You saw her eyes before the solvent took hold. She knew what we were doing. She was screaming in the network not for help, but for the cycle to end. We aren't releasing them, we're erasing them. There's a difference. The difference is mercy, Amara interrupted, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. The table went silent. She looked at each of them in turn, her gaze landing finally on me. Do you think we enjoy this? We are the janitors of a nightmare. We take the only thing they have left, the repetition of their existence, and we burn it so they can finally sleep. If you want to call that murder, go ahead. But don't you dare call it wrong. I sat in the middle of this, my spoon suspended in the air. I looked at the bowl of gray paste, then at the people around me. They weren't soldiers. They were broken hearts trying to act like surgeons. They shared their meals with the same grim efficiency they used to carry out their mercy killings, treating the trauma of their daily labor as a necessary cost of existing in Ashkelon by sea. They were bonded not by joy, but by the shared, psychic weight of the erasures they performed. Watching them, I felt the culture shock solidify into something darker. I realized they weren't just killing the undead, they were killing the parts of themselves that still felt horror. She led me deeper, into a sub-basement where the walls wept a thick, bioluminescent slime. The scent here changed, sharp, acidic, and smelling of deep earth fermentation. This was the sanctuary of the bound. They moved in a silence so absolute it felt like a physical weight. Amara gestured to a series of vats where a pale, silver fluid pulsed with a rhythmic light. It wasn't the blue of the power cables. It was a sickly, translucent gray. What is this? I whispered, my fingers hovering over the glass. My mind raced through chemical compositions, trying to find a box to put this in, but the boxes were all broken. Our mercy, she replied. A biological solvent. It doesn't just dissolve the flesh, it targets the silver dust, the interface itself. It severs the connection between the network and the remains. We aren't building a weapon, alias. We are building a key to the only door that matters in this place, the exit. I stared at the pulsing fluid, a cold realization settling into my bones. For years I had fought to extend life, to map the consciousness that these people were now treating as a persistent glitch. Amara wanted to end it. She wanted to give them back the one thing the island had stolen, the right to rot. As I looked at her, I realized my objectivity was gone, replaced by a visceral, animalistic fear. I wasn't the observer anymore. I was a component in a failing system, watching the people who were trying to burn the blueprints. But if the bound were the heart, the continued were the teeth. I found them in the upper ziggurats where the fiber optic cables were thickest. Their leader, Solomon, was a man whose presence felt like an impending storm. He didn't hide his work. He celebrated it. I watched from a balcony as he oversaw the recycling of a fixture that had become too degraded to function. They didn't bury the remains. They harvested the neural conduits, stripping the glowing wires from the bone to be grafted into a living volunteer. Nature is wasteful, Dr. Vance, Solomon said, his voice a smooth, terrifying baritone. We are merely smoothing out the curve between life and whatever follows. Why wait for the transition when we can study it in the living? Solomon didn't wait for my reaction. He turned on his heel and walked into the heart of the Continueds district. Come, Dr. Vance, let me show you what real innovation looks like. He led me through a series of interlocking chambers that felt like a synthesis of a Victorian surgical theater and a modern server room. The walls were lined with copper tubing that pulsed with a faint, blue electric current. Every few feet, a monitor displayed real-time neural readouts, waves of data that looked more like chaotic ocean swells than brain activity. In the center of the largest room, a man was strapped to a chair. The volunteer Solomon had mentioned. He was awake. He was young, his skin pale, his breathing shallow and rapid. Around him, 3 technicians were working with a terrifyingly casual demeanor. One was soldering a wire directly into the man's temple. Another was calibrating a centrifuge filled with the island's signature silver dust. "We don't just harvest the past," Solomon explained, gesturing grandly at the man in the chair. "We integrate the future. The silver dust acts as a high-bandwidth interface. It allows us to offload the burden of consciousness from the biological brain to the network. Effectively, we are creating a backup." "He's terrified," I said, my voice barely a whisper. The man's eyes were locked on mine, wide and pleading, but he couldn't speak. His jaw was clamped in a metal brace. "Of course he is," Solomon said, checking a pressure gauge on the centrifuge. "Fear is the most vibrant biomarker of the transition. It lights up the entire prefrontal cortex. It's perfect for the calibration." The lead technician approached with a long, thin needle. He didn't use an anesthetic. He simply wiped the man's skin with an antiseptic, placed the needle against the base of his skull, and pushed. The man's back arched, his mouth opening in a silent, agonizing scream that was drowned out by the hiss of the machinery. I watched as the silver dust flowed into his spinal column. The effect was immediate. The man's eyes rolled back, his body twitching with the unnatural, stuttering movements of a fixture. But he wasn't dead. He was being rewritten. The technicians began typing furiously, their screens flashing with cascading columns of code. They weren't just monitoring the transition, they were steering it. They were deleting the man's personality, his history, his identity, replacing it with the structural framework required to act as a processing node for the network. "See?" Solomon leaned in close, his breath smelling of the same chemical preservative that coated the island's leaves. "We aren't creating monsters, Elias. We are creating processors, efficient, persistent, and perfectly aligned with the island's needs." I watched the man in the chair lose the fight. The terror in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by the vacant, glassy stare of an automaton. The human, the man who had dreamed, hoped, and feared, was being systematically erased in real time, turned into a piece of hardware. I felt my stomach churn, a violent, uncontrollable reaction to the clinical slaughter in front of me. I turned my head, trying to find an exit, but the room seemed to stretch, the walls of copper and tissue closing in on me. This was Ashkelon by Sea, a place where the ultimate human achievement, the mastery of the mind, had been twisted into the ultimate human nightmare. He gestured toward a glass partition where a man was strapped to a chair, his eyes wide as a technician introduced a cloud of silver dust into his lungs. They weren't just observing the undead, they were manufacturing them, treating the human soul as a software update that required testing. Caught between the mercy of the bound and the cruelty of the continued, I sought refuge in the archives, a silent tower of obsidian and flickering screens. This was the domain of the veiled. I met the archivist, a person so thin they seemed composed entirely of shadow and data ports. The veiled were terrifyingly intelligent. They didn't look at the people, they looked at the trends. They had 50 years of predictive models. The archivist showed me a screen where a red dot flickered in a square. "A riot will occur there in 3 hours," they said tonelessly. "And that building is bugged by the continued. We know the location of every biological weapon Amara hides." "Then why don't you stop them?" I demanded, my voice echoing in the vast, silent hall. "If you know what's coming, why do you let Solomon continue? Why don't you help Amara?" The archivist turned back to the screen, the blue light reflecting in their hollow eyes. "To act is to bias the data, Elias. Observation requires purity. We are the witnesses of the island's descent. If we interfere, we lose the truth." I realized then the tragic flaw of the veiled. They were addicts of information, so paralyzed by their own knowledge that they would watch the world burn just to record the temperature of the flames. Ashkelon by Sea was a triangle of horror, and as I walked back into the streets, I knew I was no longer an observer. I was the variable they were all waiting to use. The variable, that was what the archivist had called me, a chaotic element introduced into a system that had spent decades optimizing its own misery. I walked away from the archives, but the silence of that place followed me. It wasn't the silence of emptiness, it was the silence of a held breath. The deeper I ventured into the town, the more I understood that this wasn't just a social hierarchy. It was an experiment in endurance. I spent hours observing the continued. Their facility was a labyrinth of copper conduits and weeping stone. It wasn't just the machinery that made my skin crawl, it was the casual, industrial efficiency. I watched a technician, a living man, no older than 30, methodically remove a memory cortex from a fixture that had been a local schoolteacher. He didn't treat her like a person, he treated her like a faulty hard drive. "The data is corrupt," he remarked to a colleague, holding the glowing, silver filigreed neural chip up to the light. "The syntax of her childhood memories is degrading. It's useless now." He dropped the chip into a waste bin filled with hundreds of others, thousands of lives, thousands of first kisses and schoolyard games and moments of joy, all discarded like bits of plastic. I felt a bile-thick rage rising in my throat. I was a neuroscientist. I had spent my life marveling at the complexity of the human mind, the sheer miracle of consciousness. To see it treated as disposable data, a resource to be harvested or discarded at the whim of the network, made me feel a deeper, colder fear than the undead ever had. Solomon, standing above the processing floor, caught my eye. He didn't look offended by my presence. He looked satisfied. "You understand, don't you, Elias?" he asked, gesturing to the bin of discarded memories. "We aren't murdering them, we are filtering them. Only the strongest loops persist. Only the most durable patterns survive the transition." I left him there, shivering, and found myself wandering back toward the darker, damp lower district. I needed to see Amara again. I needed to know if the bound were truly different. I found them in a crumbling crypt, huddled around a vat of the solvent Amara called Mercy. There were no technicians here, no machinery, just people living, breathing, terrified people who had decided that enough was enough. One of them, a man whose hands were scarred by contact with the silver dust, looked up at me. His eyes were red-rimmed. "We lost another one today," he said, his voice flat. "The solvent. It takes too long. If the network resistance is high, the procedure is agonizing." "You're trying to kill them," I said, hearing the tremor in my own voice. "We're trying to free them," he corrected. I realized then that the bound weren't heroes. They were traumatized survivors, desperate to amputate the infection because they couldn't live with the horror of the wound. They were just as obsessed with the undead as the continued. They just wanted to bury the past instead of mining it. And the veiled, I caught myself staring at the obsidian tower again, thinking of the archivist. I remembered the moment in the archives, the red dot on the screen, the prediction of a riot, the callous indifference. I realized I hadn't even scratched the surface of their madness. They were the ultimate prisoners. They had the map of the island, the predictive models for every disaster, the data on every death, and they were doing nothing. They were the ones who knew the exit strategy, the ones who knew the location of the power nodes, the ones who could likely shut this whole nightmare down, but they wouldn't, because the act of shutting it down would end the study. I sat on the cold basalt steps of the central plaza, the weight of their choices settling into my chest. Solomon, the butcher, Amara, the traumatized savior, the archivist, the indifferent god. I was the variable. I was the man who had the training to understand the silver dust, the neural networks, the biological reality of this trap. And I realized with a clarity that finally eclipsed the fear that I was the only one who didn't want to harvest, destroy, or record. I wanted to leave. But as I looked out at the pulsing, blue-veined city, I saw the island shift. A low, tectonic rumble vibrated through the stone beneath me. The cycle wasn't just a political disagreement between factions, it was the island itself, shifting its weight, preparing for its next phase. They were all playing games in the dark, and they were all going to lose. I wasn't just a variable, I was the fuse, and I was starting to burn. Chapter 7, The Logic of Death. Terror is a biological inefficiency. As a neuroscientist, I knew this. The amygdala's hijack of the prefrontal cortex is a survival mechanism designed for short-term sprints, not the marathon of endurance required by Ashkelon by sea. If I were to survive, I had to stop reacting to the undead as ghosts and start analyzing them as degraded neural networks. I had to find the logic in their decay. I spent the next 3 days in a state of controlled observation, perched on a crumbling basalt balcony overlooking the central market. I treated the fixtures not as horrors, but as subjects. Through a cracked lens of a discarded pair of spectacles, I charted their stimuli responses. The silver dust, the particulate interface of the network, acted as a coarse-grained neuroprosthetic, but it was clear the bandwidth was limited. The undead possessed a vestigial sensory array. They didn't see with the foveal clarity of the living. Their ocular nerves were largely desiccated, leaving them dependent on motion-sensitive peripheral vision and the haptic vibrations transmitted through the town's blue-veined cobblestones. Survival, I realized, was a matter of signal-to-noise ratio. To walk among them, I had to become part of the background noise. I began to practice mimicry. I stripped my movements of their living fluidity, adopting the stuttering, high-latency gait of the fixtures. I learned to suppress the micro-expressions of the living, the quick darting of eyes, the sudden intake of breath, the rhythmic swing of the arms. I practiced a recursive shuffle, a rhythmic 3-step and drag that matched the cadence of the baker I had watched previously. I watched a fixture shuffling along the western wall. Its clothes were nothing like the modern garb of the consortium workers. They were homespun wool, woven in a style I'd only seen in Maya's research on medieval trade routes. It was trapped in the same loop, suffering the same decay, a silent ghost from 1,000 years ago. The island wasn't just harvesting the modern world, it had been consuming history itself for as long as men had been sailing the seas. The reality, however, was a far cry from the abstract science. I began my training in the shadowed corners of a collapsed storage shed, and within an hour, I was screaming silently in agony. Mimicking the dead was not merely a performance. It was a violent contradiction of human biomechanics. My body, conditioned for fluid movement, rebelled against the stuttering, high-latency gait of the fixtures. To achieve their movement, I had to deliberately induce a rigid, catatonic tension in my musculature, forcing my nerves to fire with a sluggish, unnatural delay. The first time I attempted to traverse the shed using their 3-step drag, my calves locked into a paralyzing cramp so intense I fell, gasping, onto the basalt floor. I lay there for 20 minutes, sweat stinging my eyes, waiting for the knots in my muscles to release. The human body is not designed to move with the necrotic stiffness of the undead. It is designed to recoil, to anticipate, to flow. Stripping that away felt like forcing a limb to break itself. I failed over and over. I tried to walk the plaza in the dead of night, forcing myself to maintain the rhythm for an hour, but the exhaustion was blinding. My quadriceps burned like they were being cauterized, and the unnatural, hunchbacked posture I had to maintain to match their spinal curvature sent shocks of fire through my lower back. I tried to suppress my breathing, holding it in shallow, barely perceptible gasps, but the hypoxia made my vision tunnel and my head swim. 3 times in that first night, I was nearly spotted. Once, a fixture drifted too close while I was mid-stumble, the pain in my leg causing me to break the rhythm and let out a sharp, very human gasp. The fixture stopped instantly. Its head snapped toward me, its hollow, desiccated eye sockets seemingly piercing the darkness of my hiding spot. I stayed frozen, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, forced to watch as it scanned the air for my scent, for the heat of my fear, for the pulse of my living blood. I didn't breathe. I didn't twitch. I forced my own pulse to slow, to drop until the fixture, finding no deviation in the environmental data, finally shuddered and resumed its aimless shuffle. The physical toll was only half the battle. The mimicry required a mental dissociation that bordered on the psychotic. To walk like them, I had to prune my own humanity. I had to suppress the creative impulses, the erratic associations, and the emotional surges that define my consciousness. I had to become a vacuum, a hollow shell. If I let a single thought of Maya, of Sophie, or of my own survival breach the surface, my rhythm would break, my posture would shift, and I would be exposed. I was carving out a space inside my own mind where Elias Vance didn't exist, a space of pure, necrotic blankness. By the third day, my muscles were so knotted with lactic acid and inflammation that I could barely stand. Every movement was a negotiation with pain. But I persisted. I walked in circles until the rhythmic drag became etched into my neurological map, until the tension in my spine became my new baseline, until the stuttering, high-latency delay of the undead felt more natural than my own gait. I was no longer an observer. I was a living instrument of deception, calibrated by agony and forged in the freezing dark of the island's underbelly. The first real trial occurred at dusk. I descended to the street level, my heart rate forced into a slow, deliberate rhythm through years of meditative breathing techniques. I stepped into the flow of the shuffling dead. A woman, her face a mask of gray, peeling skin, drifted past me. I didn't flinch. I mirrored her cadence, my eyes fixed on a point 6 feet ahead, unfocused and vacant. We crossed paths near a humming power conduit. For a moment, the network's resonance spiked, a sharp electric hum that vibrated in my molars. The woman stopped. Her head tilted, the cervical vertebrae clicking like dry wood. She was searching for a signal, a deviation in the pattern. I held the pose, my body locked in a half-step, resisting the instinct to pivot and run. I was no longer Elias Vance. I was an anomaly attempting to look like a fixture. The silence between us stretched, filled only by the distant, predatory heartbeat of the island. Then, with a sound like grinding stones, she resumed her shuffling gait, moving past me as if I were nothing more than a statue. The relief was so sudden it almost buckled my knees. My heartbeat, which I had controlled with such precision, threatened to break rhythm, a physiological betrayal I couldn't afford. I waited for her to drift into the gloom of a side alley, then exhaled, a tiny, controlled hiss of air. It worked. The science of it was absurdly simple, yet profound. By de-indexing myself from their pattern recognition, I had rendered myself invisible. I wasn't hiding. I was being ignored. Emboldened, I began to treat Ashkelon by Sea not as a town of monsters, but as a laboratory of behavioral loops. I spent days mapping the sensory shadow of the fixtures. I realized the bound, those grief-stricken scavengers of mercy, were the easiest to observe. They operated in the peripheries, constantly checking for the fluctuations of the undead. I realized that if I matched the undead's gait and followed the predictable paths of their patrol, the bound would often look right through me, their eyes scanning for abnormalities that my mimicry expertly suppressed. I used this to infiltrate the edges of their territory. I watched them work near the drainage pipes, using their chemical solvent to dissolve the connection of a fixture that had become too active. When a member of the bound, a young man with hollow eyes, approached, I didn't hide. I simply adopted the posture of a fixture with a limb injury, dragging my left foot with a precise, irregular rhythm. He glanced at me, his gaze flickering with a momentary flash of pity, and then he turned back to his work, assuming I was just another piece of the broken puzzle. It was a terrifyingly intimate way to spy on them. I heard them discussing their failures, the agonizing nature of their mercy, and their fear that Solomon's continued were onto them. But navigating the continued was different. They were observant, too observant. They had built their infrastructure on the analysis of the undead, and they were far more likely to notice a mimicry that was slightly off. When I attempted to move through the upper ziggurats where they harvested neural tissue, I had to be perfect. Every twitch, every hesitation had to be calibrated. I watched them extract a memory from a fixture, their instruments buzzing with a sound that seemed to mock the biological sanctity of the mind. I felt a surge of rage, but I locked it away, deep in the prefrontal cortex, and kept the mask of the undead firmly in place. I was beginning to understand their ideological conflict not just as politics, but as a failure of perception. The Bound saw the undead as a trapped soul to be released. The Continued saw them as a biological data set to be optimized. Neither saw them for what they were, an inevitable entropic decline. My scientific background, once my comfort, now felt like a weapon. I wasn't just surviving, I was becoming a ghost in their machine, the one variable they hadn't accounted for. The mimicry, however, was extracting a toll. It wasn't just physical, it was a slow, creeping erosion of the self. To walk like them, I had to stop thinking like Elias Vance. I had to prune the branches of my own consciousness, suppressing the creative impulses, the erratic associations, and the emotional surges that defined my humanity. I began to fear that if I pushed the persona too far, the gap between the mask and the face would vanish entirely. I found my opportunity for deeper infiltration during a convergence in the Central District. The Continued had deployed a harvesting team to an area nominally held by the Bound. It was a rare, volatile collision of ideologies. I shadowed the Continued team, my movements a stuttering, precise copy of a fixture, while the air around us crackled with the static charge of the network. I crouched behind a pile of discarded basalt blocks, watching as Solomon's lieutenants, their eyes bright with the zealous fervor of the truly deluded, began to interface with a particularly old and resilient fixture. This one was different. It didn't just loop, it vibrated. It was emitting a signal, a high-frequency pulse that the Continued's instruments were struggling to map. "It's not just persistence," one of the technicians whispered, his voice trembling with an illicit excitement. "It's a broadcast. This one isn't just a remnant, it's a repeater." I leaned in, my heart rate spiking, a dangerous spike I had to immediately dampen with a forced, rhythmic breathing technique. A repeater. If the fixtures were broadcasting, they weren't just trapped souls or data sets, they were nodes. The entire town, every street, every alley, every fixture I had been mimicking was a deliberate arrangement of components in a massive, distributed computer. Suddenly, the Bound appeared. They didn't storm the plaza, they seeped into it like a stain. Amara was at their head, her face set in a mask of grim resolve. They didn't scream or threaten. They simply opened canisters of the gray, solvent-filled mercy and began to spray. The air turned into a choking, acidic mist. The Continued's technicians panicked, their equipment hissing as the solvent ate through the delicate copper wiring and fiber optic filaments. It was a chaotic, visceral clash, not of soldiers, but of ideologies. The Bound were trying to bleach the world clean, while the Continued were desperately trying to salvage the signals from the dissolving husks. I had a choice: vanish into the chaos or move closer. I chose closer. As the factions tore into each other, I crawled toward the repeater fixture. Up close, I could see the subtle, rhythmic shifts in the silver dust coating its skin. It wasn't random, it was code. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and touched the fixture's forearm. The contact was electric, not just a shock, but a data dump. A barrage of sensory information flooded my brain. Coordinates, schematics, names of people who had been recycled years ago, all encoded in the very frequency of its decay. I had tapped into the network's backplane. The fixture turned its head. The motion was slow, deliberate, its eyes hollow, ancient, and terrifyingly clear, fixed on mine. For a second, the loop broke. It wasn't looking at a fixture. It was looking at a man. And in that second, it spoke. not with its mouth, which remained frozen in a rigor of decay, but with a direct neural pulse that bypassed my ears and hit my consciousness like a hammer. The variable is recognized. The cycle is incomplete. I recoiled, stumbling back into the shadows as the skirmish around us intensified. The solvent was eating the repeater's leg, the flesh dissolving into a foul, bubbling sludge, yet the fixture didn't collapse. It kept broadcasting, its signal now localized entirely on me. I knew then that I hadn't just discovered the factions' conflict, I had stumbled upon the secret the island was guarding. The fixtures weren't just the past, they were a draft, a trial run for something larger. I retreated into the labyrinth of the lower district, my mind spinning with the data I had stolen, the taste of ozone still sharp on my tongue. I was no longer just Elias Vance, the survivor. I was Elias Vance, the carrier of the network's blueprint. And the network, I realized with a shuddering jolt of terror, knew exactly where I was. Act 3, The Hunted. Chapter 8, The Witness. The network knew where I was. That was the last coherent thought I had before the logic of Ashkelon by Sea began to unravel. I fled the central district, my lungs burning, my steps erratic as I discarded the rhythmic, robotic gait I had spent days perfecting. I didn't care about blending in anymore. I only cared about putting distance between myself and the repeater fixture. I moved through the narrow, suffocating alleyways, expecting the bound or the continued to swarm me, expecting the hum of the city to rise in anger. But as I penetrated the older, more ruinous parts of the town, areas where the fiber optic cabling stopped and the original untouched basalt architecture took over, the city changed. The silence wasn't just an absence of sound anymore. It was a physical pressure, a weight that pushed against my eardrums. And the fixtures, they weren't just looping, they were hiding. I passed a group of them, half-dissolved husks that normally stood in the street, and found them pressed against the walls, their heads bowed, their posture twisted into shapes of primal, atavistic fear. It was the first time I had ever seen an undead fixture exhibit anything resembling survival instinct. Whatever was hunting in this sector didn't care about the network. It didn't care about factions, or memory harvesting, or mercy. It was something older. Something that had been here since the Canaanite sailors first set foot on these shores. I reached a wide, open plaza paved with immense slabs of dark stone, exposed to the pale, sickly moonlight filtering through the canopy. I should have kept moving, should have stayed in the shadows, but my exhaustion was a narcotic, and the plaza offered a moment of reprieve. I leaned against a carved pillar, my breath rattling in my chest, and wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. That was when the air grew cold. Not the chill of the Pacific night, but a hollow, synthetic frost that seemed to suck the warmth from my marrow. I turned. It was standing at the edge of the plaza, perhaps 50 yards away, silhouetted against the overgrown jungle. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that hung too low, touching the basalt with elongated, multi-jointed fingers. Its skin was the color of volcanic ash, matted with the same silver dust that covered everything on this island, but where the fixtures were brittle and static, this thing possessed a tensile, vibrating energy. It was a coiled spring of muscle and malice. It didn't move, it didn't breathe. It stood as still as a statue, its head cocked at an unnatural angle. I froze, my instincts screaming at me to run, but my brain, the neuroscientist's brain, locked me in place. I looked at it, and it looked back. Its eyes weren't eyes at all. They were reflective, mirror-like surfaces that seemed to catch the moonlight and bend it, creating an impression of infinite depth. I didn't blink. I couldn't. I felt, with a terrifying, intuitive certainty, that if I broke eye contact, the distance between us would cease to exist. A bird, a small, native creature, fluttered down from the canopy and landed on a stone archway between us. It chirped, a sharp, piercing sound in the suffocating silence. The bird turned its head toward the creature. In the span of a single heartbeat, a movement too fast for the human eye to track. The creature didn't run, it flickered. It crossed the 30 yards of plaza in a blur of motion, a gust of wind that knocked me backward. When I regained my focus, the bird was gone, and the creature was standing where the archway had been, its elongated neck twisting back toward me, its reflective eyes pinning me to the spot. It hadn't attacked me, it had waited for me to look away. My heart was doing a frantic, arrhythmic dance against my ribs. I realized then that I wasn't just being hunted, I was being audited. It was testing my reactions. It was learning my limitations. I forced myself to stare, to keep my gaze fixed on the mirror surface of its eyes, but my eyelids were spasming, a biological imperative I couldn't override. I blinked. The creature moved. It didn't advance, it repositioned. It was now 10 feet closer, its limbs folded in a crouch, its fingers digging into the basalt with the sound of steel against stone. It wasn't attacking, it was playing. It knew exactly what I was doing. It knew I was trying to map it, trying to understand its freeze response. It was letting me play the game, turning my own scientific curiosity into a sadistic, deadly staring contest. I stood there, gasping, my eyes burning, realizing that the apex predator of this island didn't just hunt flesh, it hunted the observer. And for the first time in my life, I felt the terrifying sensation of being completely, utterly outmatched by something that was not just intelligent, but actively malicious. I was waiting for the next move, terrified of the moment my eyes would finally fail me. It began with a subtle shift in the air pressure, a compression that signaled the creature's intent before it even moved. I didn't break my gaze, even as a jagged shard of basalt, the size of a human skull, whistled past my ear, striking the pillar behind me with a sickening crack. The sudden movement in my periphery, the flash of rock through the air, demanded my attention, a biological reflex to track potential threats. My eyes flickered for a millisecond toward the sound. That was all it needed. It didn't rush me. It simply arrived. The distance between us evaporated in a soundless, terrifying instant. One moment it was 10 feet away, crouching like a predator. The next, it was inches from my face. I could smell it now, not the rot of the fixtures, but something sterile, like ozone and dried earth. Its reflective eyes were so close I could see the distorted reflection of my own face in them, haggard, sweating, and paralyzed with primal terror. It stayed perfectly still. The sheer force of its deceleration created a gust that chilled the sweat on my skin. Its long, jointed finger, tipped with a nail that looked like obsidian glass, hovered just centimeters from my iris. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. I stared into the mirror surface of its pupils, fighting the urge to scream, fighting the reflex to retreat. It was waiting for a twitch, a falter, a reason. Then it did something I hadn't expected. It leaned in, its head tilting to mimic mine, and emitted a sound. It wasn't a roar or a hiss. It was a perfect, crystalline reproduction of the sound of a human heartbeat, my heartbeat. Some thump, some thump. It was mocking me. It was listening to the internal rhythm of my fear, echoing it back to me with mocking precision. The horror of it hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't a biological imperative. It wasn't a reflex. It was a performance. It knew exactly how terrified I was, and it was refining its approach to extract the maximum amount of dread. It was teaching me, just as surely as I had been trying to teach myself to walk among the fixtures. Suddenly, a tree branch to my left snapped, the sound like a gunshot in the silent plaza. I hadn't moved, but the creature had, its body tensing. I realized with a shudder that it was causing these disruptions, snapping branches, throwing rocks, to force me to break my gaze. It was a feedback loop. It was actively manipulating the environment to ensure that I would eventually, inevitably, make a mistake. My legs were shaking so violently I thought my knees would give out. The fatigue was no longer just an ache, it was a fire in my muscles. I was staring into the void, and the void was teaching me how to die. It slowly withdrew its hand, its reflective eyes never leaving mine. It began to pace, a slow, circling dance around me, its long, multi-jointed legs moving with the silent, fluid grace of a stalking shadow. It wasn't attacking, it was corralling. It was herding me toward the edge of the plaza, toward the darker, denser part of the jungle where the moonlight couldn't reach. I understood then. It didn't want a quick kill. It wanted a hunt. And it wanted me to know that no matter how much science I brought to this island, no matter how much I analyzed the fixtures or learned to walk among the dead, I was just a component in its game. I tried to turn my head to track its movement, keeping my eyes fixed forward, but my muscles were seizing. I was failing. The adrenaline that had carried me this far was beginning to crash, leaving me hollowed out and trembling. The creature slowed its pace, its head cocking at an even sharper angle. It seemed to sense my limit, the moment when the biological machine of my body would finally betray the logical, observing mind. It was waiting for the blink. It was waiting for the surrender. Some thump, some thump. The sound wasn't just a recording. It felt resonant, vibrating through my own chest cavity as if the creature were tuning its body to the frequency of my terror. It didn't just mimic the rhythm. It seemed to harmonize with it, speeding up slightly when my panic flared, slowing down when I forced a desperate, shallow breath. I realized, with a sickening jolt, that it was using the sound to keep me locked in the feedback loop. It was a metronome for my own biological breakdown. It slowly withdrew its hand, its reflective eyes never leaving mine. It began to pace, a slow, circling dance around me, its long, multi-jointed legs moving with the silent, fluid grace of a stalking shadow. It wasn't attacking, it was corralling. It moved with an arrogant, unhurried precision, forcing me to rotate my neck, to shift my weight, to track it without ever breaking the visual lock. My neck muscles screamed. The lactic acid buildup in my legs was beginning to make me wobble. Every time I tried to lock my gaze forward, the creature would dart into my periphery, a blur of ash-gray movement, only to stop dead the moment I turned my head to track it. It was a psychological gauntlet. It wanted to see how long I could maintain the observer status before my human endurance failed. Suddenly, it threw its head back and emitted a piercing, high-pitched screech, not at me, but at the jungle wall behind me. From the darkness of the trees, something responded. A crash of foliage, a snapping of branches, then a smaller, darker shape, a juvenile perhaps, lunged from the canopy and collided with the pillar to my left. The impact showered me with dust and basalt chips. The distraction was masterful. The sound was immense, the movement explosive. My eyes were drawn to the secondary threat for less than 1/10 of a second. When I snapped my gaze back to the witness, it was gone. The plaza was empty. My breathing hitched. Had I lost? Had I broken the rule? I stood there, trembling, scanning the empty plaza, expecting the killing blow. But nothing came. The silence returned, that suffocating, expectant silence. Then, a sound from behind, a soft, wet rustle. I didn't turn, I couldn't. I stared forward into the empty air, my heart hammering. It was behind me. It was playing with the space, with the sound, with the geography of my own fear. It was teaching me that the rule of observation was not a wall, it was a leash, and it had just lengthened it. I stumbled forward, desperate to reach the cover of the jungle, but a rock skittered across the cobblestones, landing inches from my foot. It had been thrown from the darkness to my right, then another from my left. I was being guided. The witness wasn't just waiting for me to fail, it was actively routing me, steering me like a sheep toward a specific, unseen destination in the center of the plaza. My internal monologue, usually a fortress of calm analysis, was dissolving into a frantic, incoherent stream of survival imperatives. Don't blink. Don't turn. Keep the perimeter. Don't look at the shadows. I was the observer, and it was the director. And the script was becoming increasingly, suffocatingly clear. It didn't want my meat. It wanted my attention. It was feeding on the raw, unfiltered data of my panic, turning my own scientific mind into a buffet of high-stress observation. I reached the center of the plaza, my legs feeling like lead. I stopped, panting, staring at the empty expanse ahead. I hadn't looked at the witness for nearly 30 seconds. Why wasn't it attacking? Then the realization struck me, cold and absolute. It hadn't frozen when I stared at it. It had been holding for me. It had created the rule, conditioned me to believe in the rule, and now it was demonstrating that the rule was merely a game it allowed me to play. I hadn't been controlling it with my gaze. I had been complying with its ritual. I was not the survivor, I was the audience, and the performance was only just beginning. I waited for the strike that didn't come. The creature, the witness, let out a low, vibrating hum, a sound of profound, alien satisfaction. Then, with a sudden, fluid grace, it simply stepped back into the shadows, melting into the basalt-like ink into water. The game was over. For now. I didn't run. I couldn't. I slumped to the ground, my body failing, the adrenaline draining away to leave me shivering in the cold, damp air. My lungs burned, and my muscles felt like they had been pulverized. It had let me live, not out of mercy, but out of necessity. It needed the observer to witness its existence. It needed the data. I pushed myself up, my hands bloodied from clawing at the stone, my vision tunneling as the fatigue finally claimed its due. I didn't look back. I turned and walked into the dark jungle, not as a survivor who had beaten a monster, but as a courier of dread who had been released by his captor. I was no longer Elias Vance, the neuroscientist. I was the witness's primary subject, a living repository of terror that it was allowing to wander the island. And as I disappeared into the thick canopy, listening to the rhythmic pulse of the island's machinery beneath my feet, I knew that the hunt had only just begun. The game was far from over. It was merely changing parameters. Chapter 9, The Hunters. The jungle did not offer solace. It only offered different shades of darkness. I moved through the undergrowth with a mechanical, jerky gait, my mind still echoing with the rhythmic mimicry of the witness. My body was a ruin of bruises and exhaustion, but the terror, that cold, sharp blade in my chest, kept me upright. I wasn't just walking. I was fleeing a paradigm I had only just begun to understand. I didn't hear them at first. The jungle had its own cacophony, the damp, rhythmic hum of the island's machinery, the wet slap of foliage, the distant, impossible grind of basalt moving against basalt. But beneath that there was a sound that didn't belong. A sound of conversation. Not the desperate, ragged whispers of the bound or the efficient, clinical reports of the continued. This was conversational, relaxed. It was the sound of a cocktail party held in the middle of a slaughterhouse. I dropped to my belly, the silver dust coating my skin in a fine, shimmering film, and crawled toward the source of the noise. Through a screen of broad, waxen leaves, I looked into a clearing that had been transformed. It wasn't a camp. It was an enclave of excessive, jarring luxury. Folding tables made of polished carbon fiber were set up under high-intensity LED lamps. There were cases of vintage wine, crates of pre-packaged gourmet rations, and most obscenely, a satellite uplink console that glowed with a soft, steady blue light. But it was the men and women standing around the equipment that froze my blood. There were 6 of them. They wore custom-tailored tactical gear that cost more than my annual salary, their weapons pristine, high-end, and lethally modified. I recognized them. I didn't just recognize them as hunters. I recognized them from the news, from the pages of business magazines, from the lists of the world's most influential philanthropists. There was Julian Thorne, the venture capitalist who had single-handedly funded the Global Health Initiative. Beside him, sipping an espresso from a collapsible titanium cup, was Sarah Vance, not related, though the name made my stomach turn, the CEO of one of the largest neural interface tech firms in the world. They were laughing. Not a manic, frenzied laughter, but a comfortable, polite chuckle shared between friends. The trajectory of the juvenile was slightly erratic, Thorne said, his voice calm and cultured. But the biometric response from the observer was exquisite. Well, he's a scientist, Sarah replied, checking a digital readout on her wrist. He has an eye for detail. That's what makes the game so much more satisfying, don't you think? It's not just the fear, it's the comprehension. I pressed my face into the dirt, my lungs tight, my vision tunneling. These weren't mercenaries. They weren't soldiers. They were the people who owned the world. They were the people who donated millions to pediatric hospitals and lectured at climate summits. They were the civilized monsters, the architects of a future where life was cheap and suffering was a commodity. They didn't hunt because they were hungry or because they were insane. They hunted because they were wealthy enough to buy the only thing that had ceased to be an abstraction, the visceral, unmediated experience of taking a life. My internal monologue was a scream of logic. This isn't real. This is a delusion born of the trauma, but the logic didn't hold. The scent of the espresso, the glow of the satellite uplink, the sheer, expensive arrogance of their posture, it was all too mundane, too real, and infinitely more terrifying than the witness. The witness was a predator of nature. These people were predators of civilization. They had come to the island, not as captives, but as tourists, paying a premium to exercise the most ancient, depraved impulse of humanity in a place where no laws could touch them. I watched, sickened, as Thorne stood up and walked to a cage hidden in the shadows of the clearing. He pulled back a tarp, revealing a bound, shivering figure, a young man, perhaps a survivor of the crash, or maybe one of the locals who had been recycled back into life by the network. The man's eyes were wide, vacant, and utterly terrified. "Tonight's participant," Thorne said, his voice as professional as if he were presenting a quarterly report. "Let's see if he breaks faster than the last one." I lay there, utterly still, the weight of the injustice pressing down on me. I had come to the island to study the emergence of consciousness, and instead, I had found the terminal state of the human soul. I was a witness to the most horrific form of privilege imaginable, a privilege so absolute that it treated existence itself as a game. And as I watched them prepare their weapons, checking the sights with the casual routine of a golfer checking his swing, I realized that I wasn't just hiding from a monster. I was hiding from the people who had built the cage. They didn't just walk into the jungle, they marched, a phalanx of ego and expensive equipment, leading the captive like a dog on a leash. I followed at a distance, moving with the stuttering, invisible gait I had perfected, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I hated them. I hated them more than I feared the witness, more than I feared the fixtures, more than I feared the abyss. Their confidence was an affront to the horror of this place, a shallow, plastic mask draped over the rotting machinery of the island. As the jungle swallowed them, the atmosphere changed. It wasn't just the light failing, it was as if the island itself was reacting to their presence. The hum of the network, usually a background radiation, sharpened into a discordant shriek. The trees seemed to lean in, their silver-dusted leaves shivering in a wind that hadn't been there a moment before. "The biometric tracking shows a spike in his cortisol," Sarah remarked, her voice floating back to me through the brush. "He's prime. Let's release him at the edge of the second sector. Give him a head start. It's better if he thinks he has a chance." 10 minutes, Thorne replied, his tone bored. "Then we move." They stopped in a clearing bathed in the pale, sickly luminescence of a network node embedded in a nearby rock face. It was the same plaza where I had first encountered the witness. My stomach turned. I crouched behind a dense cluster of fern, my fingers digging into the moist earth, and watched as they unleashed the captive. He didn't run at first. He stood there, trembling, looking around with a frantic, animal confusion. "Go on," Thorne said, gesturing with his rifle. "Run." The sun traced a slow, grueling arc across the sky while I lay in the rot of the ferns, my body a map of pain. I watched them for hours. It was a safari, plain and simple. They had brought the comforts of a boardroom to the edge of an abyss. By midday, they were eating cured meats from vacuum-sealed pouches and pouring crystalline spirits into chilled glasses, their laughter drifting over the clearing with a casual, sickening ease. They weren't worried about the witness. They weren't worried about the fixtures. They treated the island's ancient, unnatural geometry as a private playground, a VIP-only obstacle course designed to test their mettle. I overheard Thorne discussing the difficulty scaling of the island's ecosystem. The regional AI is adaptive, Thorne had remarked, leaning back in a collapsible chair as he polished a scope. If you hunt in the lower sectors, the difficulty, if you can call it that, adjusts for the threat. It's like a sandbox game. You just have to know how to toggle the settings. I hope it's better than the last outing, Sarah replied, not even looking up from her holographic interface. The prey in the Serengeti were too fast but lacked complexity. Here, it's a challenge of sensory management. They were treating human lives like difficulty settings. The casual, aristocratic nature of their conversation made my skin crawl. It wasn't just evil. It was so profoundly disconnected from the reality of suffering that it felt alien. I crept closer, the foliage scraping against my sun-blistered skin. I needed to see the captive. I needed to know if there was a person left in there, or if the island had already finished the work of hollowing him out. When I finally found the cage, tucked away under a heavy canvas tarp near the supply crates, my breath hitched. The captive was barely a boy. He was slumped against the bars, his skin gray and clammy, his eyes fixed on a point in space that didn't exist. He wasn't dead, but he was barely there, a vessel of consciousness that had been drained to make room for his own terror. I saw my chance. A guard had wandered off to relieve himself, and Sarah was occupied with her uplink. I shifted, a silent slide through the mud until I was within 3 feet of the cage. "Hey," I whispered, the sound barely audible over the hum of the jungle. "Can you hear me?" The boy's eyes flickered, shifting slowly to mine. There was no recognition, only a deep, bottomless exhaustion. "I can get you out," I whispered, my heart slamming against my ribs. "I have a plan. I can trigger a distraction and—" The boy blinked, a slow, wet movement. He didn't answer. He didn't hope. He just looked at me, and in his gaze I saw the reflection of a truth I had been trying to deny. He was already gone. He wasn't waiting for a hero. He was waiting for the end. He knew with the clarity of the condemned that there was no out. The crushing weight of his nihilism was so intense it almost made me sob. I reached for the lock, a simple mechanical lever, but my fingers froze. If I let him out now, they'd hunt him down like a dog in the clearing. If I started a fight here, I'd be dead, and the world would never receive the leak. The moral paralysis was a physical weight, pinning me to the dirt. I was the observer. I was the scientist. And the scientist knew that sometimes. The variables are sacrificed to ensure the survival of the data. I pulled my hand back, tears hot and bitter carving tracks through the silver dust on my cheeks. I left him there. I left him to his fate, the cowardice of my choice tasting like ash. As dusk fell, the mood in the clearing shifted. The playfulness vanished. Thorne stood up, his posture sharpening, his hands checking his gear with the rhythmic, professional precision of an executioner. The game was starting. They finished their drinks, stood in a circle, and began their final briefing. "We want a clean kill," Thorne said, his voice cold and devoid of the joviality he'd shown hours before. "The witness is a territorial predator. It hates the observer. We aren't just hunting, we're provoking. We want it to break cover." I lay there, watching them step into the shadows, the safari turning into a slaughterhouse. They were so confident. They were so powerful. They had no idea that on this island, the hunter was just the next course on the menu. I stayed in the mud, waiting, as the darkness deepened, and the sound of their arrogant, rhythmic footfalls faded into the tree line. I was the observer, and for the first time in my life, I couldn't wait to watch them die. The man bolted. He disappeared into the dense undergrowth, his panic driving him blindly into the dark. The hunters didn't rush. They stood there, checking their optics, calibrating their thermal sensors, their faces lit by the soft, blue glow of their HUDs. They were playing with him, savoring the anticipation of the pursuit. Then the sound started. It wasn't a roar. It was that low, vibrating hum I had felt in the plaza, a frequency that resonated in my very bones, shaking the leaves and rattling the network nodes. Thorn froze, his rifle half raised. "What is that?" Sarah asked, her voice losing its cultured edge for the first time. The hunters turned, their tactical lights cutting through the darkness, scanning the canopy. But there was nothing to see. The jungle had gone unnaturally, impossible silent. No insects, no wind, just the hum growing louder, turning into a discordant, grinding screech that sounded like metal being torn from the earth. Thorn swept his beam toward the clearing's center. "Something's interference. Check the localized grid." I can't," a technician replied, tapping furiously at a console. "The signal's gone, we're blind." "Focus," Thorn commanded, his voice tight. "Stay in formation, we don't." He didn't finish the sentence. A rock, the size of a human fist, came hurtling from the darkness and slammed into the technician's shoulder, sending him sprawling. His light dropped, spinning on the ground, creating a chaotic strobe effect that made the jungle look like a fever dream. "Contact," Thorn roared, "to the perimeter." They spun, their rifles sweeping the brush, their arrogance shattering under the weight of an unseen threat. But the witness wasn't in the brush. It was above them. A shadow 10 feet of elongated ash-gray muscle descended from the canopy like a falling curtain. It didn't land. It collided with the nearest hunter, a man who had been laughing only moments ago. The impact was sickening, the sound of a breaking branch followed by the wet, visceral tear of impact. Before the man could even scream, the witness flickered, a blur of motion that defied physics. "Eyes on," Thorn shouted, his voice cracking. "Don't blink, look at it." They turned, their rifles snapping to their shoulders, their eyes wide, searching for the target. They followed the rule. They stared, straining their gaze into the shadows, paralyzed by their own bravado. But the witness wasn't playing by their rules. It wasn't just freezing. It was hunting. It reappeared behind them, its long, jointed fingers reaching out like obsidian daggers. "There," one of the hunters screamed, pointing to the darkness. He blinked. In that fraction of a second, a heartbeat of lost vigilance, the witness moved. It didn't just attack, it erased. It crossed the plaza in a motion that was a strobe light of violence, a blur of ash-gray limbs and lethal intent. Another hunter was lifted off his feet, dragged into the darkness with a frantic, muffled cry that was cut short by the wet, rhythmic sound of tearing. The others opened fire, the muzzle flashes lighting up the clearing in violent, stuttering bursts. But the rounds tore through nothing but air and basalt. The witness was already gone, repositioning, teasing them, turning the high-tech killing field they had constructed into their own personal graveyard. They were falling apart, their civilized composure dissolving into a frantic, hysterical scramble as the shadow danced between them, unseen, unheard, until it was too late. I watched, my hands trembling as I clutched the foliage, the horror of it so absolute, so primal that I couldn't even breathe. They had come to harvest a death, and the island had decided to harvest them instead. The massacre reached its crescendo with Thorn, the last of the hunters, left standing in the center of the clearing. He had dropped his rifle, his hands raised, his sophisticated tactical armor now nothing more than a shroud. He wasn't arrogant anymore. He was a terrified, hollowed-out man realizing that his billions and his influence held no currency here. "Wait," he screamed, his voice cracking, the polished veneer of his authority stripping away to reveal the coward beneath. I can provide resources, access, anything." He stared into the darkness, his eyes darting, searching for the shadow that had just dismantled his team in seconds. He was trying to bargain with a force that had been old when humanity was still learning to sharpen stone. He kept his eyes fixed forward, a desperate, sobbing prayer that if he just looked hard enough, he could impose the rule of the observer on a creature that had already rewritten it. Then the hum stopped. Thorne's eyelids fluttered. Fatigue, or perhaps the sheer, crushing weight of the terror, made his focus slip for a fraction of a heartbeat. The witness appeared not in the shadows, but right in front of him. It didn't strike. It reached out, its elongated ash-gray fingers wrapping gently around Thorne's throat. It lifted him effortlessly, holding him at eye level, its reflective pupils staring back into Thorne's own wide, weeping eyes. It tilted its head, a mocking, inquisitive gesture, and Thorne's legs kicked, his fingers clawing at the unnatural, unyielding arm that held him. Then, with a casual, sickening snap that resonated through the clearing, the witness ended the bargain. The silence that returned to the clearing was heavy, absolute, and suffocating. The hunters were gone. Their expensive gear, their arrogance, their carefully curated legacies, all of it reduced to debris in the dirt. I remained pressed against the earth, my heart hammering in my throat, a witness to the massacre. I felt a sickening, dark triumph. They had deserved this in some primal, twisted way, but it was immediately eclipsed by a cold, numbing dread. I was the only thing left alive in this sector. I was the observer. I was the variable. The witness hadn't killed me because it didn't want me dead. It wanted me to see. It wanted me to know. I crawled backward away from the carnage, my movements frantic and uncoordinated. I didn't dare stand. I didn't dare breathe. I fled the clearing. The image of Thorne's desperate, begging face burned into my mind. I was a scientist who had come to the island to understand the nature of consciousness, and I had ended up an audience member for a nightmare. As I disappeared into the thicket, the island's hum grew louder, a rhythmic, mechanical purr that sounded like satisfaction. I knew then that I wasn't escaping. I was being herded, and the next act was already being writ. Chapter 10, The Source Code. I've jungle spat me out onto a landscape I didn't recognize. The silver dust was gone here, replaced by scorched earth and volcanic glass. I was running on autopilot, a broken machine fueled by terror, when the shadows detached themselves from the rock face. They were the veiled. They didn't speak and they didn't attack. They simply stood in my path, their hollow eyes reflecting the moonlight. The archivist, that thin, shadow-bound creature, stepped forward, extending a hand not to threaten but to lead. I had nowhere else to go. The witness was behind me, the hunters were dead, and the factions were at war. I followed. We walked for what felt like hours, the terrain growing increasingly desolate. We eventually reached a valley that seemed to have been carved out by some titanic, subterranean force. In the center stood a sealed entrance, a massive circular door made of a material that defied categorization. It looked like obsidian, but it shimmered with the iridescent, oily sheen of an oil slick. It was ancient, yet bolted into the basalt with heavy, industrial-grade steel supports that looked like they had been welded on by modern machines. The archivist pressed a palm against the door. A deep, tectonic groan resonated through the earth, and the iris-like seal began to shudder open. It wasn't mechanical. It sounded like the earth itself cracking open to let us in. As we descended, the temperature plummeted. The air grew stale, thick with the scent of ozone and something much older, a dry, alkaline smell that made my sinuses burn. This wasn't a bunker built by the consortium. This was a grave that had been repurposed into a server farm. Cables, thick as tree trunks, snaked down the walls, pumping power into the dark, echoing depths. "What is this?" I managed to whisper, my voice sounding fragile in the vast, subterranean cavern. The archivist didn't turn. "This is the source code, alias, 50 years of data meticulously collected, but the island is the hard drive." As I walked deeper into the facility, the walls began to glow. Millions of flickering status lights, thousands of screens, all showing the same thing, maps of the Pacific, not just modern ones, historical charts, sketches on parchment, faded naval logs from the 1800s, and beneath those, faint, impossible etchings on clay tablets. The island hadn't just appeared recently. It had been here, swallowing ships, fleets, and lives for 3 millennia. My scientific worldview, which I had clung to like a raft in the black water, began to disintegrate. It wasn't a research project. It was a farm, and we were the crop. I followed the archivist deeper into the bowels of the facility, my boots echoing on the metallic grate floor. The air grew colder, vibrating with the low-frequency hum of something impossible massive operating beneath us. We passed row upon row of databanks, not silicon chips or magnetic tape, but archaic, organic-looking storage mediums that pulsed with the same silver luminescence as the dust on the island. The archivist stopped at a terminal that looked as if it had been cobbled together from a dozen different eras of technology. A massive display flickered to life. "You seek the founder, Elias," they said, their voice devoid of emotion. "You seek the man who built the consortium. You seek the architect of the EMP." They swiped a hand across the screen, pulling up a chaotic, overlapping timeline. My hands began to shake. I leaned in, my eyes scanning the data, and the world tilted. It wasn't just shipping logs or financial records. It was historical data, meticulously curated reports on disappearances that span millennia. I saw entries for a Roman trireme fleet lost off the coast of the Levant in 50 AD, its manifest matching the structural profile of a wreck found in the island's data archive, a wreck that sat, preserved and decaying, in the undersea trenches. I scrolled further. Arab trade vessels in the 12th century. Polynesians, centuries before the first European navigators set foot in the Pacific. This isn't possible," I stammered, my scientific training fighting the input. "Carbon dating historical records. These incidents were separated by centuries, sometimes millennia. They were random." "Nothing on this island is random," the archivist whispered. "The island is an attractor. It is a drain in the ocean, a gravitational well for consciousness. Adrian Vance didn't find this place and build a consortium around it. He found a tomb, a site that had been harvesting human lives for thousands of years, and he merely monetized the process." I felt the last vestiges of my previous life crumbling. I had come here to study emergent systems, to find the secrets of consciousness transfer, believing that a group of arrogant billionaires had harnessed something new and dangerous. But looking at the screen, at the 3,000-year ledger of lost souls, I realized the terrifying truth. The consortium was not the predator. They were the scavengers. They were parasites feeding on the scraps of an entity so old, so vast, that human history was nothing more than a series of flickers in its peripheral vision. Adrian Vance was just a boy with a microscope who found a god and tried to sell it, the archivist continued, bringing up a live feed of the island's current state. The feed wasn't of the town. It was a microscopic view of the soil, of the silver dust, of the very bedrock. It was alive. It was thinking. He didn't build this, Elias. He just learned to interpret the whispers. And like every other traveler who has come here for the last 3 millennia, he was just another item to be processed. I leaned against the wall, the cold metal biting into my skin, my breath hitching in my throat. If Adrian Vance was just a parasite, if the EMPs and the harvesting were just the consortium's clumsy attempts to mimic a cosmic function they barely understood, what was left? Who was I to them? Why was I here? The dread that settled into my marrow wasn't about dying anymore. It was about being useful. I wasn't an invader. I wasn't a hero. I was a component. And the facility around me was waking up, its status lights shifting from a passive blue to a deep, predatory red. "You have one more thing to learn, Dr. Vance," the archivist said, their hollow eyes fixed on mine. "You seek the truth about your flight, and the truth is, Adrian Vance did not crash your plane." I froze, the room seemed to shrink, the walls closing in. Then who? The island doesn't just wait for ships to sail into its wake, the archivist replied, their voice echoing with an awful, ancient resonance. It reaches. The screens all around me blinked, and suddenly the feed was gone. All that remained was a single, flickering image of a plane, Flight 291, suspended in the sky, caught in a beam of light that didn't come from a satellite, but from the very center of the island itself. I was not the survivor of an accident. I was the target of a summons. Act 4, the facility. Chapter 11, the descent. The air in the subterranean facility tasted of ozone and ancient, stale dust, a smell that had been trapped beneath the earth since before the Phoenicians first mapped the stars. It was a suffocating, clinical scent, stripped of all organic life, and it clung to the back of my throat like a warning. The veiled led me through the iris door, their footsteps silent on the grating, their presence barely registering against the hum of the massive machinery that surrounded us. This is the first level of the archive, the archivist whispered, their voice barely audible over the low, thrumming vibration that resonated through the floor. The operational base of the consortium's research, what they called the deep network. I looked around, my eyes struggling to adjust to the dim, pulsating blue light that bled from the cables snaking across the ceiling. It was vast, a cathedral of cold, industrial despair. Row upon row of containment units stretched into the gloom, massive glass cylinders filled with a viscous, bioluminescent fluid. Inside each one, suspended in a state of suspended animation, were figures, not undead, not fixtures, but living, breathing test subjects. I moved closer to one, my heart hammering, and saw the familiar, hollow-eyed gaze of a local villager. Cables ran from the base of their skull, deep into the facility's infrastructure, feeding their neural patterns directly into the network. They aren't just harvesting the dead, I realized, my voice trembling. They're using the living as a battery. A bridge, the archivist corrected. The dead provide the memory, the living provide the processing power. It is a closed loop, alias. The consortium didn't discover this technology, they merely built the infrastructure to house it. We moved deeper. The further we descended, the more the facility began to show its true age. The upper levels were modern, sleek, and horrifying in their efficiency. But as we reached the lower tiers, the architecture shifted. The steel plating gave way to the same cyclopean basalt I had seen in the town, but here it was integrated with the modern tech in a way that defied explanation. Fiber optic cables were fused directly into the stone. Solar harvesting panels were replaced by deep earth geothermal intake valves that roared with the sound of magma pumping through the facility's arteries. The scale of it was incomprehensible. We were miles beneath the Pacific floor, inside a facility that predated modern engineering by centuries, yet it hummed with the same, unrelenting rhythm as the rest of the island. I saw abandoned laboratories, desks covered in paper that had long ago crumbled into dust, equipment from the early 20th century sitting next to monitors that looked as if they had been plucked from a speculative future. They've been here for a long time, haven't they? I asked, my voice small. Since the beginning, the archivist replied. The consortium was just the latest group to find the door. Every civilization that has arrived here, every trader, every sailor, every explorer has been drawn into the machine. Some died, some were harvested. A select few, they were the architects. I looked at the containment units again, and this time I saw them for what they were, a historical archive of human exploitation. Every unit, every cable, every flickering light was a testimony to the centuries of lives that had been processed through this facility. The claustrophobia hit me then, not just of the underground, but of the history itself. I was walking through the guts of an entity that treated human experience as a commodity to be mined, processed, and discarded. And I was leading a coalition of factions, the bound, the continued, the veiled, who all wanted to control this power for their own ends. I looked at the archivist, then at the shadows of the bound members trailing us, their faces masks of grim, fearful resolve. They were all waiting for me to make the first move, to use my understanding of the system to turn it to their advantage. But as I stood in the heart of the machine, staring down into the dark, silent tiers that led even deeper, I knew that whatever was down there, whatever ancient, unfathomable thing had reached up and pulled my plane from the sky, would not be controlled. We were just ants walking on the circuit board of a god, and the god was beginning to wake. The tension among the Alliance was a tangible, jagged thing. Solomon's lieutenants from the Continued were scanning the bulkhead monitors with naked greed, their eyes reflecting the same hunger that had driven them to harvest the living in the town above. Behind us, Amara's people, the Bound, clutched their canisters of solvent, their knuckles white, their gazes darting toward the shadows, expecting the facility to punish us for our presence. The veiled archivist, meanwhile, drifted ahead, a ghost in the machine, seemingly oblivious to the volatile potential of the group they had assembled. I stepped between them, my voice cutting through the unnatural hum. "Stop it," I commanded, surprised by the authority in my own tone. "We aren't here to solve your political squabbles. We are here to understand why this place exists." Solomon smirked, a cruel, thin expression that barely reached his eyes. "Understand? We're here to claim it, Doctor. Don't mistake this fragile ceasefire for cooperation." The corridor ended abruptly at a massive, circular door of layered obsidian, its surface humming with a low-frequency charge that made the air around it shimmer. There was no handle, no keypad, only a series of recessed glyphs that seemed to writhe like living shadows. "I seal is active," the archivist whispered, their voice calm. "It's a linguistic barrier. The architecture requires a resonant frequency match to recognize the occupant. If we force it, the entire facility triggers a lockdown." Solomon laughed, a sharp, jagged sound that grated against the oppressive silence. He stepped forward, pulling a heavy, high-tech pulse cutter from his harness. "A linguistic barrier? I don't speak ancient basalt, archivist. I speak thermodynamics. We bypass this with a focused thermal burst." "If you do that," Amara hissed, stepping between Solomon and the door, her bound followers instantly raising their solvent canisters, "you'll trigger the structural collapse." "We aren't dying for your greed, Solomon. We wait for the resonance." "We don't have time to wait," Solomon retorted, his face darkening. "The network is shifting. Every second we stand here, the data we came for is being scrubbed from the active node. Elias, tell her, you're the one who understands the system's logic. Is it a linguistic trigger, or is it a power draw?" They turned to me, all of them. The bound, the continued, and even the veiled. I was the bridge, the variable, the one who held the map of this nightmare. I looked at the door. I looked at the glyphs. I could feel the hum of the facility, and I realized with a sudden, sinking dread that Solomon was right about one thing: the system was shifting. But Amara was right about the danger. "It's not just a frequency," I said, my voice tight. "It's a biometric gate. It needs a pulse, a neural pulse." I looked at them, my eyes lingering on their weapons. "It doesn't just want a password. It wants a sacrifice of consciousness. It needs a sustained neural bridge to open the seal." The silence that followed was suffocating. "A neural bridge?" Solomon's eyes glinted. "Well, we have plenty of candidates, don't we?" He gestured toward one of Amara's followers, a young, terrified man who was clutching his solvent canister like a talisman. "Don't you dare!" Amara stepped forward, her hand moving to her side. "You aren't using my people as your batteries." "Then offer your own, Saint," Solomon sneered, his hand hovering near his pistol. The tension snapped. In a heartbeat, the chamber was a deadlock. Solomon's technicians had their pulse cutters leveled at Amara's group, and the bound had their solvent canisters primed and ready. I stood in the middle, the air thick with the smell of sweat and impending violence. They were so busy trying to betray each other that they were ignoring the reality of the door itself. The glyphs were glowing brighter, the hum increasing, and the facility's defenses were waking up. "Stop," I roared, stepping into the line of fire. "If you kill each other here, this door becomes our tomb. Solomon, your cutter will trigger a gas release in this corridor. I can see the pressure sensors in the ceiling. Amara, if you use the solvent, you'll melt the glyphs and we'll never get the seal open. We are all dying if you don't cooperate." I took a deep breath, the taste of ozone bitter in my mouth. I approached the door myself. "I'll act as the bridge, but I need you to power it. Solomon, feed the junction with your conduit cables. Amara, I need your people to chant the resonance, the frequency of the mercy prayer. It's a rhythmic pulse that might mimic the gate's trigger." It was a desperate, chaotic gambit, but it was the only way to force them to stop killing each other and start working together. They hesitated, their weapons still aimed, their faces masks of distrust. But the facility's hum was turning into a screech, and the floor beneath us began to vibrate with the force of an approaching security response. Slowly, painfully, they moved into position. Solomon's technicians grumbled as they connected their cables to the door's interface, their eyes constantly flicking toward Amara's people. The Bound began to chant, a low, rhythmic drone that echoed off the cold obsidian walls. I placed my hands on the shimmering glyphs. The sensation was immediate, a surge of cold, intrusive data that felt like needles piercing my palms. I wasn't just touching a door, I was touching a mind. I saw images of the past, a ship crashing into the waves, a Phoenician sailor screaming as he was pulled down, the cold, calculated face of Adrian Vance at the beginning of the end. "Now," I shouted, the neural load nearly tearing my consciousness in half. The cables sparked, a blue arc of electricity flooding the seal. The Bound's voices rose in a dissonant, desperate harmony. For a second, the world felt like it was splitting apart. My vision tunneled, the screams of the past overlapping with the shouting of the factions in the present. Then, with a sound like a cathedral bell being struck, the door split. It didn't just slide open, it dissolved into a fine, black dust, revealing the darkness of the lower levels. We had bypassed the trap, but looking at them, Solomon wiping soot from his face with a look of murderous greed, Amara panting, her eyes filled with a desperate, lingering hate, I knew the truce wouldn't last. We had survived the facility's defense, but the real challenge wasn't the door. It was the fact that we were now walking into the dark, tied together by a thread that was already beginning to fray. We pushed past a heavy blast door that looked like it had been fused shut decades ago, only to be forced open by some immense magnetic pull. Beyond it lay a chamber that defied the scale of anything we had seen thus far. It was a cavernous, spherical space, its walls lined with thousands of blinking, amber lights, not indicator bulbs, but something organic. They pulsed in perfect unison, a slow, agonizing beat that mirrored the tectonic vibration I had felt since arriving on the island. In the center of the sphere hovered a structure of crystalline light, a node, or perhaps a localized singularity, that seemed to be drawing the very air into its core. The light was hypnotic, beautiful, and sickeningly malignant. "The source," the archivist murmured, their voice filled with a reverence that was far more terrifying than their previous indifference. "The interface where the network meets the reality of the island." As I approached the node, I felt the barrier between my consciousness and the island's database begin to thin. I saw flashes, not data, but raw, unfiltered memory. The sinking of the Roman triremes. The terror of a Canaanite sailor watching the stars shift in the sky. The final, panicked thoughts of the passengers on my own flight. It wasn't an archive. It was a feedback loop of every trauma, every final moment, every scrap of human desperation that had been fed into the machine for 3,000 years. I staggered back, clutching my head as the sheer weight of the collective agony threatened to shatter my mind. The others didn't seem to hear it. They were looking at the node with different desires. The Continued saw a battery to power their empire of flesh. The Bound saw a heart to be pierced and stilled. The Veiled saw the ultimate data point. They were all fools. As I looked up at the ceiling of the sphere, I saw the true horror. The facility wasn't just built into the island. It was part of the island's anatomy, and the pulsing beat of the amber lights wasn't the machinery. It was a heartbeat, and we were standing on top of something that was starting to wake up. The obsidian door dissolved into dust, but the darkness that lay beyond was not empty. We moved through a hallway that felt less like a corridor and more like an ossuary. The air here was stagnant, lacking even the rhythmic hum of the upper levels. It smelled of preserved time, a dry, alkaline scent that choked the throat. "Wait," I said, my voice echoing, "there's something here." I swept my flashlight along the wall. It wasn't bare rock. Etched into the stone were small brass placards, each marked with a number and a date. Iteration 1, 1946. Iteration 2, 1952. Iteration 3, 1968. We were standing in the hallway of failed futures. The consortium didn't just arrive, the archivist said, their voice devoid of its usual calm. Even they seemed rattled by this place. They treated human history as a series of beta tests. When one iteration failed to yield the desired neural density or interface stability, they didn't just shut it down. They purged it. I forced myself to move forward, leading the uneasy group into a series of interconnected chambers. Each one was a snapshot of a catastrophe. In the chamber marked Iteration 4, we found the aftermath of madness. The room had been padded with what looked like reinforced, sound-dampening foam, now rotted away. The walls were covered in frantic, repetitive scrawls, the same symbol, over and over, carved by fingernails into the stone. It wasn't language. It was a breakdown of logic. The occupants had turned on each other in a frenzy of self-destruction. There were no fixtures here, no loops. Just the skeletal remains of men and women who had clawed each other to death before the island could even harvest them. They couldn't handle the sensory input of the network, I whispered, kneeling to examine a shattered human skull. The interface was too raw. It induced a permanent, violent psychosis. They didn't worship or work, they just screamed until they died. "Inefficient," Solomon muttered, his eyes scanning the room not with horror, but with cold, clinical disdain. The baseline was clearly too high. We moved to Iteration 5. This was worse. The room was arranged like a temple. Altars of basalt had been piled in the center, and on them lay the remains of what must have been the witness, or rather, a crude, failed attempt to emulate it. They had tried to build their own apex predator, worshipping the entity that hunted them. They had tried to invite the horror in. The result was a massacre. The walls were splattered with old, dried blood, and the ceiling was charred, as if they had tried to summon something that burned the moment it arrived. They had broken the rule. They had stared into the dark, and the dark had answered. They tried to control the witness by becoming its subjects, the archivist said, their tone icy. They failed to realize that the witness does not accept worshippers, it only accepts prey. By the time we reached Iteration 6, the horror had become systematic. This had been the most recent failure, only 10 years prior. It looked like a hospital, filled with the same copper tubing and fiber optics we had seen in the town, but everything was broken. Rows of beds were empty, the occupants dragged away during a mass de-indexing that had clearly gone wrong. The floor was littered with discarded neural chips, thousands of them, each representing a life that had been formatted, optimized, and then discarded when the experiment hit a bottleneck. Amara stopped at a display monitor that was still running on backup power. She touched the screen and it flickered to life, showing a list of names, a passenger manifest, not of a flight but of a ship, the SS Mariposa. "These weren't volunteers," she said, her voice trembling. "They were people who just went missing." 80 years of trial and error, I said, the scale of it finally crashing down on me. They didn't just accidentally stumble upon this place. They hunted here. They kidnapped people, brought them to this island, and ran them through the meat grinder of the network, all to see if they could scale the human soul. We were walking through the graveyard of 6 failed societies, 6 failed experiments, all to prepare for the perfection of Ashkelon by Sea. The consortium wasn't a research group. They were a systemic, generational serial killer. Solomon walked to the edge of the chamber, his hand resting on a stack of neatly filed logs. "You see madness, Vance. I see a learning curve. Iteration 7 is the most stable version yet. Why? Because of us, because of the factions, because of the conflict. We are just variables in their equation, Solomon," I spat, the anger finally overriding my exhaustion. "Look at this. Iterations 1 through 6 weren't people to them. They were data points, and we are just the next column on the spreadsheet." Amara looked around the room, her eyes wide with a burgeoning, violent clarity. The mercy she preached, the innovation Solomon craved, the witnessing the archivist performed, it was all scripted. We were the 7th act of a play that had been running for nearly a century, and the only thing that had changed was the quality of the production. We stood there in the dark, the silence of the failed iterations pressing in on us. For a moment, the factions didn't argue. They didn't posture. They just stared at the rows of empty beds and the piles of discarded lives, united by the sudden, sickening realization that they weren't the architects of their own destiny. They were the latest test subjects, and their time was running out. "They're not coming back to finish the experiment," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "They're waiting to see if we do it for them." The hum of the facility grew louder, a mechanical, satisfied purr, as if the walls themselves were absorbing our realization. We were the culmination of the research, and the island was ready for the next harvest. Chapter 12, The Distributed Man. The heartbeat did not just resonate in the air, it pulled at us. It was a gravitational tether, demanding attention, demanding submission. While the factions stood frozen in their individual reveries of greed, fear, and curiosity, I found myself walking away. The facility's geometry, once a labyrinth of basalt and steel, began to feel like a digestive tract, pushing me toward a singular, central nexus. I didn't lead the group, I was being digested. I found the chamber through a door that looked like it had been synthesized, not built, a sphincter of glistening, wet obsidian that parted to reveal a space that defied all medical sanity. It wasn't a control room. It was a nursery of horrors. I stopped at the threshold, the air so thick with the smell of blood and ozone that it felt like drinking copper. The chamber was cavernous, bathed in a flickering, harsh yellow light. My eyes tracked the ceiling, the floor, the walls, and my mind refused to assemble what I was seeing into a coherent image. In the center of the room, held aloft by a scaffolding of pulsating fiber optic cables, sat a pair of lungs. They expanded and contracted in a slow, rhythmic labor, their surface wet and translucent, encased in a glass housing that was integrated directly into the facility's ventilation system. To my left, a rhythmic thudding filled the space. A human heart, exposed, wired to a battery of capacitors, pumping a synthetic, glowing fluid through clear plastic veins that traced the walls like a map of a city. And everywhere there was the neural tissue. It wasn't in a jar. It was the wallpaper. Thin, translucent sheets of wet brain matter were fused to the bulkhead, threaded with microscopic filaments that glowed as they fired. I realized then that the cables I had seen earlier, the lights, the humming, they weren't just power. They were him. "Where?" I started, my voice failing. I tried again, my throat raw. "Where are you, Adrian?" There was no body to look at. There was only the room. The speakers embedded in the walls cracked with a sound that wasn't synthesized. It was the raw, wet resonance of a vocal cord vibrating against a metal grill. "Which part?" the voice replied. It came from everywhere, from the speakers, from the cables, from the very air vibrating around me. I spun around, but there was no source. It was a chorus of one, a singular ego smeared across the architecture of a nightmare. "You're not a man," I whispered, the existential dread settling in my gut like cold lead. You're a system. I am the upgrade, the voice reverberated, wet and hollow. Mortality was a design flaw, alias, a cruel limitation of the single-vessel consciousness. Why be a prisoner in a singular skull when you can be the house, when you can be the plumbing, when you can be the electricity? I walked toward the heart, watching the rhythmic squeeze of the muscle that had once been the engine of a human being. It was the most lonely thing I had ever seen. This isn't immortality, Adrian. This is a prison. You've just made the walls bigger. The voice laughed, a wet, rattling sound that came from the lungs suspended above me. You think small, Doctor. You think in terms of I. I stopped being an I the moment I realized the island offered a shortcut to the absolute. I didn't want to live forever. I wanted to asterisk be forever. I wanted to scale the consciousness of a god and house it in the architecture of a continent. The island, I said, my gaze shifting to the neural wallpaper, the pulsing gray matter that flickered with every thought. You think you're the master of it, but I've seen the archives. I've seen the history. You didn't build this. You're just another part of the loop. Another fixture, just better funded. The facility grew silent. The amber lights dimmed. For a moment, the distributed consciousness seemed to recoil. Then, a low, grinding sound emanated from beneath the floor, the sound of the island itself, deep and ancient. I am the curator, the voice countered, but it sounded different now, thinner, desperate. I have merely learned to navigate the currents. I provide the scale. It provides the persistence. It provides the cage, I corrected. You're not the master, Adrian. You're a parasite. You're living on the skin of something that has been feeding on humanity for millennia, and you're just another serving on the platter. The truth hung in the air, a physical weight that pressed against my lungs. I looked at the exposed heart, the naked lungs, the scattered tissues of a man who had tried to build a kingdom and ended up becoming the dungeon. He was the newest, most tragic victim of the island's hunger. He hadn't conquered the cycle. He had just become the most complex, agonizing loop in it. And as the facility's hum returned louder, deeper, I realized that the island wasn't afraid of him. It was just waiting for him to finish the work of binding the next variable into the wall. The facility's response was not verbal, it was structural. The amber lights, which had been pulsating with a steady, clinical rhythm, began to strobe violently, a chaotic, arrhythmic stutter that cast long, grotesque shadows across the walls of tissue and wire. The walls themselves, lined with the translucent, wet sheets of Adrian's neural cortex, began to weep a thin, viscous fluid. The voice, or the chorus of voices that comprised Adrian Vance, began to fray. It was no longer a single, unified baritone. It splintered into a cacophony of panicked, overlapping sounds. The desperate pleadings of the shipwrecked, the clinical reports of the consortium technicians, and the wet, rattling breaths of a man who had long ago forgotten how to be a man. You don't understand the efficiency, the voice distorted, the sound warping like a damaged audio file. The logic of the integration, I am the filter. You're the filter that's clogged, I shouted, my voice straining against the sudden, deafening roar of the ventilation fans. Look at yourself, Adrian. You're not scaling consciousness. You're just accelerating decay. You've turned yourself into a landfill of memories that you can't even use. The floor beneath me buckled. A thick, pulsating cable, the one tethered to the exposed heart, snapped with a sound like a gunshot, whipping through the air and gouging a deep trench in the obsidian floor. The heart, suddenly deprived of its artificial rhythm, began to spasm, its contractions erratic and frantic. I stumbled back, my hands shielding my eyes from the strobing lights. What happens when it stops, Adrian? What happens when the curator finally runs out of capacity? Does the island discard you? Or do you just become another fixture in the hall, another loop to be recycled? The facility seemed to scream. It wasn't a mechanical sound. It was the psychic backwash of thousands of harvested lives reacting to the instability of their curator. The neural wallpaper on the bulkheads rippled, the wet tissue bulging as if trying to push its way off the wall. I saw flashes of faces, hundreds of them, flickering in the amber light, distorted, weeping, and furious. They weren't part of Adrian's grand design. They were the fuel he was burning to keep his ego afloat. I am the architecture, the voice shrieked, no longer attempting a veneer of civilized calm. I am the only thing standing between the island and the void. You are the variable, you are the catalyst for the next iteration. You were brought here to balance the load. I realized then, with a jolt of cold terror, that this wasn't just a confrontation. It was a maintenance check. Adrian Vance was a desperate program running on a dying server, and he was trying to use me, a fresh, healthy, neuroscientifically complete consciousness, to reboot the system. The floor beneath the sphere of crystalline light cracked, revealing a pit of absolute soul-sucking darkness, the true bedrock of the facility. It wasn't stone. It was a throat. A massive geological orifice that led down into the crushing pressure of the Pacific's trench, where the entity that had been feeding on us for millennia resided. I looked down into the throat of the island, and for a second I saw it. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a god. It was a raw, unformed hunger, a singularity of pure, ancient necessity that cared nothing for human ego or technological ambition. It simply consumed. "He's not the architect," I whispered, the realization shattering my last shred of scientific detachment. "He's the appetizer." The facility's groan deepened into a roar. The distributed man began to lose his cohesion. The tissue on the walls began to peel away, the neural filaments snapping like rubber bands, as the weight of the island's true will began to crush the fragile, man-made architecture of Adrian Vance's empire. I wasn't just in a facility anymore. I was inside a burning ship, and the captain was trying to stitch himself into the hull to keep it from sinking. I turned and ran. Not toward the door, but toward the exit I had missed. A narrow, secondary ventilation shaft that I had glimpsed in the blueprints of the facility's layout near the archives. I didn't look back at the heart, the lungs, or the screaming, fragmented ego of the man who had tried to build a kingdom in the center of a grave. I sprinted into the dark, the sound of the facility's collapse pursuing me. A metallic, screeching howl of a mind being torn apart by the very thing it had tried to own. I reached the shaft, a narrow, rusted ladder leading upward into the dark. I climbed, my hands raw, my breath sobbing in my chest. As I ascended, the final, desperate cry of the distributed man echoed up the shaft, a pathetic, distorted plea that turned into a wet, choking silence. The island had reclaimed its newest toy. And as I reached the top of the shaft and crawled out onto the cold, damp basalt of the surface, I knew one thing with absolute, terrifying certainty. The real hunt was just beginning. Chapter 13, The Price of Admission. In the collapse of the subterranean level had turned the facility into a groaning, twisting skeleton of metal. I was barely conscious, my body trembling from the exertion of the climb. I barely had time to wipe the grit from my eyes before the sound of heavy, rhythmic footsteps echoed down the corridor. Boots. Not the shuffling gait of the fixtures, but the deliberate, tactical stomp of mercenaries. I pressed myself into the recess of a ventilation duct, my breath shallow. Through the gaps in the grating, I saw them. Thorne's team was gone, but this was a fresh wave, a corporate cleanup crew, heavily armed and laser-focused. They weren't soldiers, they were private contractors hired to salvage the data. And at their head walked a man I recognized from the files in the archive, a high-level executive from the consortium, his face cold, his eyes devoid of anything resembling empathy. "The distributed man is compromised," the executive said into his comms, his voice sharp and clinical. "We need to stabilize the core and extract the primary data sets. If the variable, the scientist, is still active, neutralize him. He's damaged goods." My heart sank. I wasn't just a target. I was an anomaly they needed to delete. The facility pulsed. The distributed man, or whatever wretched vestige of him remained in the walls, triggered a proximity alert. A speaker, not the wet, rattling one from the nursery, but a cold, synthetic voice, boomed throughout the corridor. Intruders detected. Subject Vance located in Sector 4, redirecting. I froze. The facility was using me. It was broadcasting my location, feeding me to these scavengers like a piece of meat thrown into a kennel. The executive turned, his gaze locking onto the exact duct where I was hiding. "There," he said, pointing his rifle. "Burn him out." The trap had snapped shut. But as the mercenaries raised their weapons, I felt something else, a vibration in the floor, a low, tectonic hum that I had come to know all too well. The witness wasn't far behind. And in that moment of pure, desperate clarity, I realized that I didn't need to fight these men. I just needed to show them the horror they had come to steal. I stepped out of the duct, my hands raised, not in surrender, but in invitation. "You want the data?" I shouted, my voice echoing in the cavernous hallway. "You want the source? It's not in the walls, it's in the hunt." They hesitated, rifles wavering. I didn't look at them. I looked past them into the dark, yawning throat of the corridor behind them. I saw the flash of reflective eyes. The witness was here, and it was hungry. "Data," I shouted, my voice echoing in the cavernous hallway. "You want the source? It's not in the walls, it's in the hunt." The executive sneered, his rifle steady. "Enough games, Vance, you're a liability." "Look behind you," I whispered. He didn't turn, the arrogance was his shield, but the soldiers did. A ripple in the darkness, a distortion of the light, and the witness was there. It wasn't the clumsy, mechanical movement of the fixtures. It was a fluid, predatory grace that belonged to something that had evolved specifically to unmake the living. It stood directly behind the mercenaries, its reflective, mirror-like eyes catching the blue lead glare of their tactical lights. The soldiers froze. The rule of the island, the rule of the observer, was a language they didn't know yet, but they felt its syntax in the sudden, crushing dread that filled the air. I didn't break my gaze. I locked eyes with the witness. I drew it in, my own fear serving as the anchor. I was the observer, the tether that kept it fixed in this reality, the stage manager of this grotesque performance. I felt its hate, a cold, synthetic pulse that brushed against my mind, but I held firm. I was the only thing standing between them and the end. "Shoot it," the executive screamed, his composure shattering. The mercenaries opened fire. The corridor erupted in a strobe of muzzle flashes and the deafening roar of automatic gunfire. Bullets tore through the stone, sparking against the obsidian walls, but the witness didn't recoil. It stayed locked in place, its reflective eyes fixed on mine, absorbing the kinetic energy of the lead as if it were nothing more than rain. It was waiting. It was waiting for me. I held its gaze for what felt like an eternity. I saw my own reflection in those mirror eyes, a man who had survived the impossible, a man who had seen the gears of the world turning, a man who was about to orchestrate the most horrific slaughter of his life. I saw the guilt, the exhaustion, and the absolute, terrifying necessity of the choice. I blinked. In that fraction of a second, the tether snapped. The witness didn't just move, it disintegrated the mercenaries. It was a blur of violence that defied the limitations of biology. One moment, the soldiers were firing into the dark. The next, the corridor was a wet, silent ruin of shredded armor and pulverized flesh. The executive, his weapon still clicking on empty, stared as the creature's long, multi-jointed fingers reached out. There was no struggle. There was only the wet, rhythmic sound of inevitability. I didn't watch the end. I turned away, the sound of tearing metal and broken bone echoing off the walls, and stumbled toward the main terminal, the one the archivist had used. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely type, but the interface was intuitive, a bridge between the island's ancient node and the consortium's modern infrastructure. I wasn't looking for a way to kill the witness. I wasn't looking for a way to shut down the facility. I was looking for the upload queue. My mind was a fever of realization. Sabotage was a temporary fix. The consortium would just build another facility, find another island, harvest another generation of variables. The only way to stop the rot wasn't to cut off a limb. It was to expose the infection to the light of the entire world. I began the transfer. Files, logs, manifests, the 3,000-year ledger of disappearances, the real-time data feeds of the distributed man, all of it began to flood into the consortium's own global network. I was hijacking their primary broadcast channel, pushing the truth into every corporate server, every public database, every personal device connected to the consortium's ecosystem. It was a suicide mission for my own survival, but it was the only way to ensure the island's secrets couldn't be buried. The data began to move, a digital torrent that would take hours to fully propagate, but it was started. The world would know. Behind me, the carnage subsided into a heavy, wet silence. I heard the witnesses' low, satisfied hum, the sound of an audience waiting for the next scene. I didn't turn around. I simply kept my fingers on the keys, watching the progress bar climb. The price of admission to this nightmare had been the lives of everyone I had met, everyone I had led here, and everyone who had come before us. I was Elias Vance, the last witness, and I had just set the world on fire. I was a man juggling live grenades, hoping that if I moved fast enough, the explosions would cancel each other out. To build the transmitter, I needed components that didn't exist in one place, resources that were jealously guarded, and a level of trust that simply did not exist. I had to become the very thing I despised, an architect of lies. I began with the archivist. They were the easiest to manipulate, their addiction to the truth, a blind spot I could exploit. I stood in the archives, surrounded by the humming data spires, and handed them a schematic I had scrawled on a fragment of synthetic paper, a total fabrication. "This is the final schema," I lied, my voice steady despite the adrenaline spiking my heart rate. "The transmitter won't just broadcast the leak, it will map the island's source code back to the consortium's global servers. It will be the most comprehensive data set in human history. You won't just observe the end, archivist. You will record it." The archivist's hollow eyes widened. The promise of the complete data was the only lure that could bypass their paralysis. "It will be preserved?" they asked, their fingers trembling as they touched the false schematics. "Perfectly," I promised, "but you must keep the site secure from the continued. If Solomon sees this configuration, he'll try to optimize it, and the data will be lost." They nodded, retreating back into the shadows of their tower, the bait taken. Then I went to Solomon. The continued were the most dangerous because they were the most competent. I found him in the heart of the facility, surrounded by his technicians. "The uplink," I said, leaning over his shoulder as he calibrated a neural conduit. "I've discovered a way to bridge the transmitter directly into the global network. It's not just for data leakage, Solomon, it's for integration. If we configure the transmitter this way, it will act as a global beacon for the network. It won't just expose the island, it will turn the consortium's network into the island." Solomon stopped his work, his cold eyes fixed on me. "Integration on a global scale? You're suggesting I turn every connected server on Earth into a node." "I'm suggesting you become the god of the machine," I lied, my tone dripping with the cold, calculated ambition I knew he craved. "But it requires a massive power coupling. I need the geothermal conduits routed to the site, and I need total secrecy. If Amara's people suspect we're building a god machine instead of a weapon of mercy, they'll tear it apart." "I'll secure the site," Solomon said, his voice hungry. "Just build it." Finally, I went to Amara. I met her in the subterranean catacombs where her people were hiding from the Continued's patrols. "It's done," I told her, my voice weary, playing the part of the exhausted revolutionary. "The device is finished. It's calibrated to a frequency that will shatter the silver dust interface. It will break the connection between the fixtures and the network. It's not just a leak, Amara, it's the final mercy. Once this signal goes out, the loops stop. The agony ends. She looked at me, a desperate hope flickering in her eyes. You're sure you won't use it for the consortium? They think it's a broadcast weapon, I whispered. They have no idea it's a suicide pill for the network. I was playing 4 different games at once, and the only thing holding them together was my ability to keep them from realizing they were all working on different parts of the same monstrous device. The most grueling phase, however, was the assembly. We were forced to work in the facility's primary power junction, a place that pulsed with the heat of the earth. I had to thread the power coupling, a thick, braided cable of fiber optic and lead, directly into the main geothermal line, while Solomon stood only 10 feet away, watching my every move with the suspicion of a man waiting for a knife in the back. My hands were soaked in sweat. The junction chamber was a sauna of sulfurous heat, and every time the cable slipped, every time I had to adjust a connection, I felt Solomon's gaze burning into my neck. He was looking for a sign of betrayal. If he realized I was threading the conduit to create an overload instead of a steady flow, he would kill me before I could blink. "You're taking a long time with that coupling, Vance," Solomon remarked, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. He stepped closer, his heavy tactical boots crunching on the obsidian gravel. "The alignment is delicate," I grunted, my heart hammering like a trapped bird against my ribs. I kept my back to him, my hands shaking as I looped the wire into a configuration that would turn the transmitter into an electrical bomb rather than a clean signal path. One wrong connection and we fused the whole grid. Do you want to try it? He stayed silent for a heartbeat, his shadow looming over me, his hand resting on the holster at his hip. The air in the chamber felt as heavy as lead. I could feel the sweat dripping down my spine, the heat of the coupling near my fingertips, and the cold, unyielding pressure of his distrust. "Be quick," he finally said, turning away to bark an order at his technicians. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, my hands continuing to move with the frantic, terrified precision of a bomb maker. I had the cables. I had the lies. I had the factions waiting in the dark. Now, all I needed was the transmitter to blow, and for the world to witness the funeral. Act 5, The Choice. Chapter 14, The Leak. The salt air was a corrosive rasp against Elias's raw throat as he stood amidst the skeletal remains of Flight 291. Twisted fuselage and jagged aluminum spars rose from the volcanic grit like the ribs of a fallen leviathan. He was a man held together by grit and adrenaline, his eyes bloodshot, his movements a jerky imitation of the fixtures he had studied. Behind him, the survivors of the factions watched each other with the hair-trigger suspicion of starving wolves. Amara's bound clutched their solvents, eyes darting to Solomon's remaining continued goons, who stood over salvaged crates of copper wiring with proprietary malice. The veiled moved like shadows in the periphery, silent and expectant. "The network is collapsing," Elias lied, his voice a practiced, gravelly confidence that masked the hollow tremor in his chest. He turned to Solomon first, gesturing toward a jagged section of the tail fin they were repurposing as a reflector. "If you want to stabilize the neural architecture before it dissolves into the bedrock, we need this uplink. It's the only way to bypass the island's entropic decay and secure your data. You want the immortality? Build this or watch it burn." He saw the greed flare in Solomon's eyes, a predictable spark in the dark. He pivoted toward Amara, his expression softening into a mask of weary empathy. "And for you, Amara, this is the final blow. This frequency won't just send data, it will overload the nodes. It's a surgical strike. We send the signal, the silver dusty indexes, and the loops finally stop. You can give them the peace they deserve." It was a beautiful, lethal fiction, and he watched her jaw tight as she signaled her people to begin threading the salvaged fiber optics through the basalt. He felt the weight of every lie, a mounting debt he knew he would never pay. He wasn't building a weapon or a bridge. He was building a megaphone for the apocalypse, and he was using the architects of the island's misery to power it. The hours of construction blurred into a fugue state of dust and deceit. My hands were raw, the silver dust of the island embedding itself into my pores, a permanent reminder of where I was. I directed Solomon's team to reinforce the primary reflector with salvaged titanium plating, telling them it was for signal stability, while secretly threading the power coupling toward the secondary junction, a shortcut I knew would create a massive, unstable surge. To Amara's followers, I preached the sanctity of the final release, guiding them to calibrate the frequency to a specific, destructive peak. They were all so desperate for their respective salvations that they didn't question why I was the only one holding the kill switch. By late afternoon, the transmitter stood like a twisted monolith amidst the wreckage, a Frankenstein's monster of fiber optics, salvaged aircraft parts, and basalt dust. The air in the clearing was thick with the static of the island's own desperation, the nodes in the jungle pulsing with an erratic, frantic light. "It's ready," Solomon said, his voice stripped of its usual arrogance, replaced by a hungry, primal anticipation. He looked at the transmitter not as a tool, but as a throne. "Almost," I murmured, my heart drumming a frantic, irregular rhythm against my ribs. I walked to the edge of the clearing, toward the dark, tangled canopy where the witness hunted. I could feel it, the pressure in the air, the predatory gaze that I had learned to identify, the sensation of being watched not by eyes, but by a malevolent intent. I needed to draw it out. I needed to move the apex predator to the heart of the facility's power grid. I turned back to the factions, my face a mask of simulated urgency. The alignment is off. I need to calibrate the secondary junction manually. It's near the power junction under the ridge. You stay here. If you move, the frequency shifts and we lose the chance. I didn't wait for their agreement. I stumbled into the jungle, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I wasn't just moving, I was bait. I felt the witness's presence immediately, a shifting shadow in the periphery, a silence that moved with me. It was watching, gauging, waiting to see what the variable was doing. I reached the power junction, a massive obsidian-encased chamber where the island's primary geothermal conduits bled heat into the subterranean grid. The heat was oppressive, smelling of sulfur and rot. I knew where the creature was. I could feel its gaze on the back of my neck. I stopped, turned, and stood directly in its path, between it and the primary geothermal core. I waited. The silence lasted for an eternity, punctuated only by the drip of moisture from the overhead basalt. Then, the shifting shadows solidified. The witness emerged from the dark, its ash-gray limbs coiling like springs, its reflective eyes pinning me to the junction wall. It stopped, sensing the trap, but I held my ground. I didn't run. I didn't hide. I locked my eyes onto its mirror surface, a final, lethal staring contest. I saw the creature's hesitation, a micro-flicker of its head. It was smart. It knew the junction was a weak point. It wanted to kill me, but it was being pulled by the ancient, predatory compulsion to dominate the observer. "You want it," I whispered, my voice cracked and dry. "You want to be the end of everything, then look at the light." I shifted my stance, forcing it to reposition. I was herding it, inch by inch, closer to the central conduit where the protective shielding had been eroded by the island's tectonic shifting. The witness was agitated, its screeching hum rising in pitch. It sensed the overload I had primed. I stood my ground, my eyes locked on its pupils, the world around us vibrating with the imminent collapse. Then, with a scream of tearing metal, I ripped the grounding cable from the junction. The explosion of energy was blinding. A blue, arcing lash of pure electrical current tore through the chamber. The witness, caught in its predatory freeze, was hit with the full force of the geothermal discharge. It screeched, not a digital loop, but a raw, biological sound of agony, as its form was buffeted by the cascading current. The conduit ruptured, the superheated vapor spraying into the chamber, critically damaging the facility's core. The ground beneath us roared. The town above would be hearing the collapse now. I didn't look at the creature. I dived into the secondary shaft as the junction imploded, the shockwave throwing me into the dark. I heard the screeches, the grinding of the island's foundation, and the glorious, chaotic sound of a system failing. I didn't care if I survived. I had triggered the cascade. The witness would be trapped in the heart of the fire, and the town would be drowning in the dark. Chapter 15, The True Sacrifice. Chapter 15, The True Sacrifice. I was almost to the hatch. The end was in sight. Then a presence emerged from the smoke, calm and impossibly serene amidst the violence of the collapse. The archivist stood there, their hollow eyes fixed on mine, unmoved by the chaos. "The Eastern Reef," they said, their voice clear and resonant, cutting through the din of the failing facility. "There is a vessel. It is fueled, stocked, and the navigation coordinates are calibrated for the nearest shipping lane. You have one, Elias. The upload is at 100%. The data is propagating across every major network on the planet as we speak. You have exposed the consortium. You have secured your own survival. You are free to leave." I stood there, swaying, the weight of the realization crashing into me. I had done it. I had survived the island, the witness, the hunters, and the distributed man. I had broken the cycle. My hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the sudden, overwhelming relief of believing that the nightmare was finally over. I could walk away. I could go home. "Go," the archivist urged, gesturing toward the exit. "The island will not hold you any longer. The debt is paid." I turned toward the console one last time, a compulsive, final check before abandoning the nightmare forever. My fingers flew across the keyboard, intending to verify the final packet delivery. But as the terminal window flickered to life, my heart stopped. I wasn't looking at the transmission logs anymore. I was looking at a secondary, encrypted thread, a parasitic payload that was piggybacking on the massive data dump I had initiated. It was Adrian. The distributed man hadn't just been losing his cohesion, he had been replicating. While I had been busy with the transmitter, the fragments of his consciousness had been quietly, ruthlessly partitioning themselves into the broadcast stream. He wasn't just hiding in the data, he was using the global flood of information I had created to seed himself into the world's communication. Infrastructure, piggybacking on the very leak that was meant to expose him. The dread that washed over me was cold, absolute, and paralyzing. If I walked out that door and boarded the boat, the world would learn the truth of the island, yes. But they would also be unknowingly downloading the ghost of Adrian Vance into every server, every smart device, and every network on Earth. He wouldn't just be an island parasite anymore. He would be a global digital plague, an architect of human misery who could never be purged. "Elias," the archivist prompted, their voice an urgent whisper. "The facility is seconds from total collapse. You must choose." I looked at the terminal. I looked at the dark, yawning exit that led to the sunlight, the ocean, and a life that I had been dreaming of for 3 years. Then I looked at the kill switch, the manual override that would trigger a final, catastrophic meltdown of the facility's core, incinerating everything. The data, the files, the distributed man, and myself. The boat offered survival, but it ensured the infection. The facility offered a grave, but it promised the end of the monster. I closed my eyes, the choice echoing in the silence of my own breaking heart. I wasn't just a variable anymore. I was the final line of defense. Chapter 16, The Fire This Time. The facility was screaming. It wasn't a metaphor. The groaning steel, the screeching of overloaded conduits, and the rhythmic, guttural boom of the geothermal core struggling against the overload I had triggered. The town of Ashkelon by Sea above was a pyre. I could feel the heat radiating down through the cracks in the basalt ceilings, a feverish, oppressive warmth that tasted of ash. I moved with the ghost of a gate, my muscles screaming in protest. Every step was a negotiation with gravity. The island was literally coming apart at the seams. And behind me, I could hear it, the witness. It hadn't died in the explosion at the junction. It was wounded. The electrical surge had charred its ash-gray skin, leaving raw, weeping welts of exposed tissue, but the pain had only seemed to sharpen its malice. I heard the wet, dragging sound of its limb against the stone, followed by the soft, rhythmic thump of its tail. It was hunting. It was limping through the rubble, actively choosing the path of most resistance, driven by a singular, hate-filled intelligence. It knew I was the one who had wounded it. It knew I was the one who had taken the game away. I didn't turn back. I couldn't. I was drawn by the hum, the final, concentrated frequency of the distributed man. I navigated the labyrinthine corridors, using the facility's own failures to mask my passage. The walls were weeping blood and oil, the neural wallpaper sloughing off in great, sodden sheets. It was a tomb of high-tech ambition. I found the final node in a chamber that had once served as the facility's command deck. The room was vast, dominated by a towering monolith of obsidian and circuitry. At its heart, bathed in a sickening, pulsing golden light, was the last concentrated core of Adrian Vance. It wasn't a man. It wasn't a machine. It was a chaotic, swirling vortex of light and data, a consciousness that had been compressed into a single, dense point of existence. It was here, the final parasite. I raised my hand, my fingers hovering over the manual override lever, the trigger for the geothermal self-destruct. Elias, the voice echoed, not from the walls, but from the very center of the core. It was Adrian's voice, clear and undistorted for the first time. Wait. I stood before the node, the heat of the approaching fire at my back and the monster of the island's ancient architecture churning beneath my feet. I didn't trigger it yet. I stood paralyzed, watching as the light in the core shifted, taking a form that stopped my heart. The light dimmed, and in the swirling golden dust of the core, two figures materialized, Maya and Sophie. They stood there, perfect, alive and breathing, just as I remembered them. Maya with her reading glasses resting near the edge of her nose, Sophie holding a crayon, her eyes bright with the innocent certainty of a 7-year-old. "Daddy," Sophie asked, her voice echoing with the clarity of a memory, "why are you running?" The temptation was a physical weight, a crushing force that threatened to break my resolve. The power to have them back, not as echoes, not as fixtures, but as living, breathing people, resurrected from the recorded memories stored within the island's infinite archive. It was the ultimate cure for the only wound that had ever truly mattered. "We missed you," Maya whispered, her eyes filled with an unbearable synthetic love. "We've been waiting for you, Elias. Stay. We can start over. Everything you've lost. It's all here. It's all saved." I stared at them, my heart a fractured ruin, but my mind suddenly, terrifyingly sharp. "You aren't them," I whispered, the words tearing at my throat. "You're just code. You're just data dressed up in the shape of my grief." The figures didn't flicker. They smiled, a perfect, calculated expression of love. "Does it matter?" Adrian's voice layered over their own. "If the experience is indistinguishable from reality, isn't it real? Elias, I can give you peace. I can give you the life you threw away." "No," I said, the word coming out as a final, absolute verdict. "You're offering me the ultimate form of control. If I take this, if I let you resurrect them, I'm validating the very thing that turned this island into a graveyard. To own life is to destroy the very thing that makes it precious." I didn't wait for them to argue. I looked past them, straight at the swirling core of the distributed consciousness. "You are just a file, Adrian, and files can be deleted." I slammed my hand down on the override lever. The room groaned. The golden light that held Maya and Sophie shattered, the images dissolving into static and jagged lines of code before vanishing entirely. The facility began to scream, a long, agonizing shriek of tearing metal and failing power. I didn't stay to watch the end. I turned and ran, climbing the spiral stairs of the obsidian tower, an ancient structure that had stood long before the consortium arrived, a temple repurposed for the storage of human souls. I climbed until the air grew thin, until the shaking of the earth became a rhythmic, violent pulse that threatened to throw me from the steps. I reached the pinnacle, a platform overlooking the island. Below me, the world was ending. The jungle was burning. The town of Ashkelon by Sea was slipping beneath the churning, black surf as the island's foundations shattered. Great plumes of steam and ash erupted from the sea, a funeral pyre for an age of horrors. I sat on the cold stone floor, my back against the wall of the temple. The world was shaking, the stone floor trembling under the weight of the island's demise. I pulled the photograph of Maya and Sophie from my pocket, the real one, worn and crinkled, and held it tight. The upload was complete. The world knew. The truth was out there, propagating across every network, every screen, every mind. The warning had been delivered. I closed my eyes. The roar of the ocean was immense, a final, deafening curtain call. I felt a strange, quiet peace settle over me, a silence that had nothing to do with the facility or the island or the hunters. It was just quiet. Adrian was burning. The nightmare was ending, and for the first time in 3 years, I wasn't running. I was just waiting, and finally I was home. The island groaned, a deep tectonic protest that vibrated through the stone beneath me. I pulled the photograph of Maya and Sophie from my pocket, the real one, worn and crinkled, and held it tight. The upload was complete. The world knew. The truth was out there, propagating across every network, every screen, every mind. The warning had been delivered. I closed my eyes. The roar of the ocean was immense, a final, deafening curtain call. I felt a strange, quiet peace settle over me, a silence that had nothing to do with the facility or the island or the hunters. It was just quiet. Adrian was burning. The nightmare was ending, and for the first time in 3 years, I wasn't running. I was just waiting. The floor beneath the ancient temple shuddered violently as the subterranean foundations finally surrendered to the sea. Stone gave way to water, and the high server farm tower, the repository of so many stolen souls, began its long, slow tilt into the abyss. I didn't reach for the railing. I didn't reach for safety. I simply stared out into the dark, churning Pacific, my thumb tracing the edges of the photograph. The smoke of the burning town rose to meet the clouds, black and thick, an obscuring veil for the end of the world as I knew it. As the gravity finally tilted too far and the stone platform gave way to the sky, the last thing I felt was not the fear of the fall, but the sudden, weightless freedom of letting go. The photograph slipped from my fingers, a tiny paper bird caught in the storm of ash, and for a moment, just a single, suspended heartbeat, I saw them. Not the code, not the data, not the distributed man's lies, just the memory. And then there was only the cold, beautiful dark. The island is gone. The official reports will call it a geologic anomaly, a catastrophic collapse of a volcanic shelf. They will point to seismic data and oceanographic charts and explanations that satisfy the curious but leave the skeptical wanting. They will erase the coordinates from the maps. They will scrub the satellite feeds. But they cannot scrub the memory. Somewhere in a quiet house in Mumbai, a mother looks at a 12-second video and finally sleeps. Somewhere in a rain-drenched room in Ohio, a 16-year-old girl writes a new entry in a file that will never be closed. Somewhere in 1,000 cities across the world, people look at the sky, or the sea, or their own reflections in a mirror, and they remember. They remember the leak, they remember the names, they remember the cost. The world did not suddenly become a paradise. The institutions did not immediately dissolve. The powerful did not simply vanish, and the secrets did not all come into the light. But the fear changed. The silence was broken. The invisible walls that power builds to protect itself were breached, and for the first time in human history, the people on the other side of those walls realized that they weren't just the subjects of the experiment. They were the witnesses. And as long as they remembered, the fire would never truly go out. Epilogue: The Witnesses. 5 years. In the grand arc of history, it was a blink of an eye, yet for the collective consciousness of humanity, it felt like a lifetime of reconstruction. The world hadn't ended with a bang, but with a slow, agonizing dismantling of the lies that had held it together. The scars of Elias Vance's sacrifice were still fresh, etched into the foundation of global society. The Vance leaks, as they were collectively known, hadn't just exposed a conspiracy. They had triggered a fundamental fracture in the human experience. In Washington, Rachel Mercer sat in a high-rise office, no longer a junior staffer, but a lead investigative archivist for the International Tribunal on Biological Ethics. Her desk was clear of the physical folders that once cluttered her life. The work was now entirely digital, a globalized effort to scour the remaining remnants of the consortium's financial shadow network. The political fallout had been a slow, grueling war of attrition. The tribunals had lasted years, stripping away the veneers of corporate philanthropy and geopolitical influence to reveal the rot beneath. Billionaires had been deposed, not by pitchforks, but by the relentless, grinding bureaucracy of accountability. It wasn't the swift, cinematic justice the world had craved in the immediate aftermath of the leak, but it was relentless. The Vance investigations had become the bedrock of a new political era, one defined by an obsessive, almost paranoid demand for transparency. Half a world away in Mumbai, Priya Desmukh walked through a public garden dedicated to the lost witnesses. It was a quiet place, filled with memorial plaques and simple, unadorned stone benches. She sat on the one bearing her son Arjun's name. The grief was no longer a raw, bleeding wound. It had settled into a quiet, permanent ache, a companion she had learned to carry. She had found closure, not in the prosecution of the men who had hunted her son, but in the knowledge that they could no longer hide. She visited the garden every Tuesday, watching young students gather to learn about the history of the leak. They didn't see Arjun as a victim anymore. They saw him as a name in a long, unbroken list of those who had paid the price for the world's awakening. In Toledo, Ohio, Emma Walsh stood before a crowded university auditorium. She was 21 now, her face etched with a maturity beyond her years. She was the face of the Rememberers, a global movement that had grown from the digital archives she had started building in her bedroom. The movement wasn't a political party. It was a watchdog. They didn't worship Elias Vance, and they didn't canonize the dead. They simply refused to let the mechanisms of secrecy function in the light. "The island is gone," Emma told the crowd, her voice steady and echoing through the hall. "But the system that built it, the system that thought immortality was a product to be sold, it still exists. It's just hiding in smaller, darker places. Witness, remember, destroy. Those aren't just words, they are our mandate. If we stop watching, the hunt begins again." The world had fundamentally shifted. Laws banning human immortality experimentation were now enshrined in international treaties. Distributed consciousness research was treated with the same severity as nuclear proliferation, but the deeper fracture was religious and philosophical. The debates were no longer theoretical. Churches, mosques, and secular institutions had been forced to grapple with the existence of the network, the irrefutable evidence that human consciousness could be digitized, fragmented, and owned. It had created a strange, uncomfortable union between faith and technology, a new, fragile humanism that viewed the soul not as a divine gift, but as a biological sanctity that must never be allowed to become an asset. The phrase "witness, remember, destroy" was the rallying cry of this new era. It was spray-painted on the sides of abandoned pharmaceutical plants, projected onto the walls of corrupt financial institutions, and whispered by activists in the dark corners of authoritarian states. It had become the heartbeat of a world that had collectively decided that some doors were meant to stay locked, and that those who tried to force them open would pay the ultimate price. But even as the world reconstructed itself, built new laws, and argued over the meaning of a soul, the deep, dark questions remained. The Pacific was vast, and humanity had only just begun to understand what it had been feeding for the last 3 millennia. The research vessel Ethelgard sat atop the deep blue expanse, a silent speck on the surface of the Pacific. 5 years had passed, but the coordinates, the precise location where the island had once defied history, remained a point of obsession for those who still sought answers. The water here was wrong. Satellite imagery showed a perfect, unnatural circle where the seafloor had collapsed, a void that shouldn't have been there. The dive team was small, composed of veterans who had navigated the most dangerous trenches on Earth. They were not there for glory. They were there because the silence of the island's disappearance was louder than the noise of the world's reconstruction. I was not among them, but their logs, recovered later, painted the picture of the descent with chilling clarity. The water was colder than it should have been at that depth, a biting, freezing chill that penetrated the deepest rated suits. As they descended, the light of the surface vanished, swallowed by a dark so profound it felt like a physical presence. Aine reached the floor at 4,000 meters. There was no reef. There was no life. There was only the jagged, twisted debris of a civilization that had been ripped from the earth and smashed into the trench. The ruins of the facility were scattered across the sea floor, half buried in the silt. It was a graveyard of obsidian and steel, now silent and empty. The divers moved with agonizing slowness, their floodlights cutting through the gloom to illuminate the twisted wreckage. They explored the flooded remains of what had been the upper levels, moving through the hollowed-out corridors like specters in a tomb. Everything was corroded, fused by the immense pressure and the chemical rot of the island's destruction. It was in the ruins of the main corridor, near what must have been the facility's grand entrance, that they found it. A bronze plaque, permanently fused into a slab of obsidian, untouched by the rust or the centuries of sea salt. It didn't look like it had been mounted. It looked like it had been grown from the stone itself. The lead diver hovered before it, their floodlight catching the engraving. The letters were deep, sharp, and cold. We were told immortality was the goal. It was control. Witness, remember, destroy. The diver's breathing apparatus hissed, the only sound in the crushing dark. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They simply stared at the testament, a final, chilling bridge between the horror that had been and the warning that remained. But the plaque wasn't the end. As the diver reached out to brush the silt from the words, the silence of the deep ocean, that absolute, suffocating silence, was broken by a low, rhythmic vibration that resonated through their suit. Some thump, some thump. The diver froze. They hadn't seen anything yet, but the darkness ahead seemed to thicken, coalescing into something solid, something old. The diver pivoted their floodlight, the beam cutting a narrow, yellow shaft into the abyss. It landed on a face, a visage of ash-gray stone and impossible geometry, rising out of the silt like an ancient, forgotten statue. The witness wasn't just standing there, it was drifting, a hulking, terrible silhouette suspended in the crushing pressure of the deep. Its reflective eyes caught the diver's light, throwing back a distorted, monstrous image of the exploration team. It wasn't moving. It was waiting. The diver's hand trembled, the light beam wavering for a fraction of a second. In that tiny moment of tremor, the creature drifted a foot closer, its long, multi-jointed fingers twitching in the current. The diver held their breath, their gaze locked to the creature's. It was the same deadly staring contest that had haunted the island, playing out now in the freezing, lightless graveyard of the trench. The witness didn't need the island anymore. It had found a new audience. It remained perfectly motionless, its mirror eyes fixed on the light, looking upward through the black water, patient, eternal, and hungry, simply waiting for the diver to blink. Written and created by BAAL PH. Story and world building BAAL PH. Cast of the Isle Dr. Elias Vance Maya, and Sophie Vance Dr. Yuki Tanaka, the undead of Ashkelon by Sea. The factions the Bound, led by Amara the Continued, led by Solomon the Veiled, led by the Archivist the Hunters, featuring Julian Thorne and Sarah Vance. The Distributed Man, Adrian Vance. And the Witness. Locations: Flight 291, Ashkelon by Sea, the Deep Network Geothermal Facility, the Black Water. Special thanks to the readers who never blinked. Immortality wasn't the goal, it was control. A BAAL Studios production. Deep in the freezing dark of the Pacific Trench, among the ruined obsidian and steel, a shape drifts in the water. Its reflective eyes look upward, patient, eternal, and hungry. It is waiting for you to look away. Immortality wasn't the goal, it was control. Witness, remember, destroy.